Nap, we can't nap. Nap, nap, nap. Hey, chat, how's it going?
No napping. No napping. Hello, chat.
Uh-oh. Where's the echo coming from?
Echo?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's coming from Chrome browser sound. How? I have it muted. I have the stream muted. What the? Okay, is it stopping now?
Echo, echo.
Okay, it stopped now. I don't understand what was going on there. Weird. Weird. Okay, let me get my link out. Sorry, really, chat. I overslept. I had a lot of trouble sleeping. No, I didn't have a lot of trouble sleeping. I had trouble getting up. I was very, very sleepy this morning. More Umineko right now. So many streams.
Boulder fell asleep last night during the back half of last night. Should he watch the VOD? I think he should watch the VOD. Do you think he should watch the VOD?
I think you should watch the VOD. Yeah, it was a fun time. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Split Fiction was pretty good.
No jelly, just me. Settle.
Did you get a good sleep? I did get a pretty good sleep, yeah. How funny the writing in Split Fiction was?
Funny is a word. I learned what Marvel movies are like.
You did, yeah. You did. I've been watching Disco Elysium VODs and you've gotten a lot better at reading for stream. Oh, have I? That's good. I still stumble when I have like a new word. Or a word I've only seen 15 times before. I need to see it like 30 times. Does Mouse upload her VODs to YouTube?
I do, yeah. I do. I'm on YouTube. It's just like, hello, it's Mouse. You can find me that way.
I think Naja also cut them down for that one, didn't he?
Yeah, Naja also did a highlight.
Did you solve the riddle Mouse announced at the end of stream last night? Oh, like on the spot, yeah, of course. Yeah, I knew the answer right away. Yeah. That would be telling though. It was so easy. Okay, I have a coffee today, chat. We'll see if the coffee helps perk me up. Are we using Umi Pro? No, not today. As soon as the PlayStation 3 copy arrives, we will switch over to Umi Pro. Emergency update. Is magic real, Joe? It's not real. It's not real. Okay, so before we get started, we have some business to take care of that I did not tell Mouse was happening.
What? Oh. Okay.
Here we go. All right. Can you give me a letter, please?
Oh my god.
I'm thinking G. It's not G. God damn it. L? L, take the L? M for mouse? No?
X.
X? No. A. Q. Alright, if we don't get it soon, we're gonna have to try and make it the last one. U? P. V again? No.
S for Sakutaro. Good call.
T for Sumari? No. R for Rosa? B for Battler? No. No. Y for Yoshi? No. Alright, now we have to get it last. Okay, we have to decide which one what it is, and then we have to do all the other ones apart from that one. N for Nanjo. Okay, it's N for Nanjo. Okay, here we go. It's N. It's N. H, K. No, it's K! No! Oh, okay, whatever. Alright. 23 guesses. 3 left over. It was for Kinzo. Alright. I'm so bad at this game. I need to get better.
Okay, do another one while I do voice assignments real quick because I forgot to.
All right, we'll do the music one. What is it? Bandle? Bandle?
Yeah, do Bandle.
We'll do Bandle.
Yeah,
okay, here we go.
Who is Mouse? I'm Mouse. I'm Mouse. What do you mean, who is Mouse?
Okay, here we go. Here we go. The drums. Okay, we're doing Bandle. Coscodal. It's a Muse song. Muse. It's Uprising. No. We can't hear it? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, is this too loud or are we good? I still kind of feel like it's a Muse song. I don't know it. I don't know what it is. Is it a different Muse song? What Muse song did I try? I tried Uprising. It's not Time Is Running Out. It's not Supermassive Black Hole. I don't think it's Starlight. It might be. Is it Madness? It's not Madness. It's not Nights of Sidonia. I don't think it is a Muse song. It's not the ones that are here then. Get a clue. Get a clue. You can just do artists? Can you really? I can just say Muse and that's it? No way. Joe, it's a 2018 song. Muse has been making music in 2018? What are you talking about? How does it know it's a 2018 song? Where? Oh, it says up here, released. Difficulty, very hard. Huh.
Oh.
YouTube views, released in 2018. It's Imagine Dragons Radioactive. Okay. Imagine Dragons. It's not that, but we'll put it in. It's not that. Okay, synth
Every
1
single
plus 2.
chatter is your enemy. All right, I did the narration. I did the assignments. I sent it to you.
We're doing Bandle. We're doing Bandle.
I know you're doing Bandle. I'm saying when you're done.
I don't know what the song is. Maybe I don't know this song. Okay, I want to skip. Let's do electric guitar.
Worst stream bits.
Okay. I don't know it. All right, let's go. Can you hear it, Mouse?
I've been unmuting to listen, yeah.
Okay, all right. Now we're going to do voice cover with backing vocals. Here we go.
Okay.
It's definitely a Zoomer song. I don't know what the song is. Yeah.
This was a radio song? Who has a radio?
Okay, I'm skipping. I just want to know what it is. Juvenile Veins. That's what it is? 5 Seconds of Summer, Young Blood. Okay, I've never heard of this song in my life. Okay, sorry. I don't know this song. I don't know this song at all. I don't know this song at all. Yeah, okay.
All right, we're done.
Okay, no Mouse says she needs a little bit more time, so we're going to do Coscodal.
No. Behold the voice assignments in your direct messages.
Okay, all right. First chapter. Okay, all right. Okay. Did you do the New York Times mini? I did, yes. It took me 8 minutes.
It took you 8 minutes?
And that's the one I did last night, and I didn't realize that it ticked over. Yeah, I'm bad. I'm bad at crosswords.
Umi Pro for answers, yes, but we don't know which translation we're getting used yet. We might stick with this translation, but there will be flappy lips. So rejoice at the rain animations or whatever, as long as we can get it set up. Can we do voice assignment after the episode's over to avoid spoilers? No.
Someone's saying, aren't deliveries fucked? We may be waiting for a while. For the PlayStation 3, it's not coming from Amazon. It's coming from eBay. It's coming from eBay. Mouse bought it for me. Say thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you very much, Mouse.
The cover was covered in spoilers, and I was put in a bad position. Oh, no. Don't make them say that. Oh.
Have you ever thought about having a Twitch streamer boxing match? I think with your new gym body, you could do well. Okay, let me just be like real upfront about this again. All right, just because I'm going to the gym does not mean I have a gym body. Okay, I look a lot better than I used to. All right, but it's still a work in progress. All right, don't put that fucking evil on me about fucking like looking like I'm a fucking boxer. All right. He has an 8-pack. Joe's 180 kilograms of pure muscle. Stream chat loves Umi Pro translation. Really?
The current vote count that I just checked in Umi Spoiler Den is 107 votes for Umi Pro translation. Oh, 109. 110. Okay, and 70 votes for Witch Hunt. So 61% say use the Umi Pro translation.
Oh, that's almost exactly what it is on stream. Interesting. If you're not buff, then why does Merrick draw you like that? Checkmate stream. I'm just naturally broad. That's all. Just naturally broad. So broad. I'm not really. Will you box NL? NL has been hitting the percolator a lot. It's not percolator. What's the fucking thing that the Peloton? Sorry, the percolator. Fish in the percolator. NL's been hitting the Peloton a lot, so I don't know. There's a fish on the Peloton. Fucking Alan Wake reference. It's Twin Peaks. Would you try MMA? I would love to learn something like that. Yeah. What's the? I looked it up a while ago, and I think the one I'm most interested in is it called pronounced Muay Thai? Muay Thai, I think. That looked like the most interesting one to me.
Mai Tai?
Mai Tai? Mai Tai?
No, that's a cocktail. I want one.
You should have a cocktail. That's true.
Okay, I'll have one at break.
You should try Kyokushin Karate. What's that? When is the copy arriving? I don't know when it's going to be here. Man, I'm getting distracted by chat, even though I was trying to scroll down to say thank you to subs. Who's the last person I said thank you to yesterday? Phoenix, Bun, J-Bug, Kimcore, Delpy. Yeah, okay, we're almost there. Okay. All right, thank you, Sequel14 for the resub. The Umineko stream is so good, I am willing to interrupt my Xenoblade X DE playthrough to watch it. Did Xenoblade X get a release recently, or are you just getting to that now? I wonder if I would like the X games more than the other ones. I've listened to some of the music in Xenoblade Chronicles X, and I really liked it. I think it has the same composer as Chrono Cross. I think maybe that's why I liked it a lot. I really like the music in that. So yeah, even though I haven't played it. Thank you, Siggy3 for the resub. Siggy Fido. Thank you, Jaime EXE for the resub as well. Whoop whoop Umi sub. Nice. Thank you, Loner Archon, for the resub also. Zorgox to the bits. Playing a game from my childhood, and dang, it kind of sucks. Yeah, that's me with Secret of Mana. I loved the game Secret of Mana when I was a kid, and then I went back and played it later, and I almost gagged. Secret of Mana kind of sucks. I do like the combat system and what they were trying to do, but it's just kind of drawn out and kind of tedious to get around. Yeah, Secret of Mana is not that great. Did you play Secret of Mana, Mouse?
Uh, like the old one?
Yeah, on the Super Nintendo.
Oh God, no, I didn't have a Super Nintendo. I wasn't allowed to have video games when it was around.
That's kind of sad. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I
you
was
did.
banished from video games. I only had books. You know.
Explains a lot. Explains a lot. But you have played Chrono Trigger, right?
I have played Chrono Trigger, yeah, on an emulator.
Yeah. The way it was meant to be played. Thank
Yep,
you,
absolutely.
She Vesticles, for the bits to say, formulating the world's least parasocial question in a lab. Uh-oh. Joe Tom, if you and Mouse had a ship name, would it be Jomps or Tomouse? Jomps? What do you think? Jomps?
Tom Mouse.
Tomouse? Tomouse? What a question. Chows?
No, it's actually nope. Actually, nope. Just almost doxed myself. Never mind. Continue.
Thawmouse, someone said. That one's pretty good. Thawmouse. Thawmouse. Thank you, Stonebeard, for the resub. One day I'll finish catching up up with this. It's gonna take a while, although we still haven't had more streams of Umineko than we've had of Persona 3. Thank you, Lowkey423, for the bits. Can you say ooh in Jigglypuff voice? Mouse, do I have your permission to do Jigglypuff voice?
Yes, you have my permission. What do you mean by permission? Yes, you can do the Jigglypuff voice.
I have to do a calibration Jigglypuff first, so sorry. Jigglypuff. Ew. Okay. Oh, okay, there you go. You got it.
There you go. Quality.
The song with ooh? Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, OP Game Time, for the resub. Hey Joe, longtime VOD watcher, but thanks for the countless hours of entertainment while I'm at work. At work, okay. You're welcome, OP Game Time. Thank you, Iron Wrath, for giving a sub to Nanjo. Nanjo with the maintained sub. Thank you, Elf's Gamer, for the resub. Incoming cream stream. Do you think so? Thank you, Bugcatcher, for the resub also. XX Shinji420XX, Dude Weed, thank you very much for the resub. Thank you, Aldo and Feet Picks, for the resub as well. Inching closer to 69 months. Nice. Been tough for a while now. Here's to a better 67 months. Thanks for streaming, Tom. Still not used to the Tom. I'm still not used to it from getting from chat. Maybe a couple more weeks. Thank you, Aldo and Feet Picks. Thank you, Dr. Nonsense, for the resub. Hi, Tom. Yeah, there we go. Just popping in to re-up the sub. Started a new job this week and haven't had the time to get current. Good luck with Microwave Chan. Yeah. So in case you're not up to date with everything that happened, I could not fit my McDonald's coffee cup in my microwave to heat it up if it got cold, because the microwave is too short, and the McDonald's coffee cup is too tall. It's a large coffee though. It's not like it's a small or medium coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. However,
Oh no,
I found
you
out.
need a big coffee. Okay.
Yeah. So I took the lid off, and then took the little spinny microwave plate off inside. And if I did that, if I put it in, then it would fit, and I was able to heat up my coffee. So, improvise, adapt, overcome. I did it.
Mm-hmm.
Large McDonald's coffee X small microwave Yuri. Let's get it done. Thank you, Delmec. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Couldn't you just use another cup? Great question, Chatter, because I told him to pour it in a mug.
But I found a way to not dirty a mug. I'm being environmentally conscious. Yeah. Just being fiscally responsible even more and more. Thank you, Beanga9, for the resub. 2 months, Johto. Thanks for the streams to help distract me from some sad events going on in my life. Here's to many more. Oh, you're welcome for that. You're welcome for that. Thank you, Alejandro Jodorowsky, for the resub. Hey, Thom. Thanks for the Poggy streams. Stay pogged. I'm staying pogged. Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, Daniel Lock123, for gifting out a blind sub to the community, like an anonymous receiver. Thank you very much, Daniel Lock. And last year on my list are some bits. Hey again, best friend. Oh, it's the parasocial chatter. Look. I have to be honest with you. I think our relationship might be just a little too a little bit too parasocial. That is to say, you clearly view me as a much closer friend than I view you. I appreciate you and everything, but this is just too much. You've been seriously oversharing your personal life with me lately, and like I'm glad to lend an ear where I can, but I'm not your therapist. I'm just a stranger online. I really think we need to start over. Okay, okay. All right, we can. All right, let's blank slate, blank slate.
There's also a pin.
Hey Joe, it's my birthday today, and I was hoping you could say something nice about Lambda Delta as a birthday gift because she's one of my faves. I can say something nice about Lambda Delta, sure. She's not in the story very much. There you go. Thank you, Johnny ZB, for the bits. Hi, Tom and Mouse. Not only the first streams convinced me to finally start reading Umineko, but me reading it convinced my friends to start reading it too. Turns out it was a plague all along. Maybe it's time to play Pathologic. Save the animals. Thank you, Johnny ZB. Thank you. I wonder how many people are going on to read actual books after this too, because of these streams.
At least 3.
That'd be good. And the last two on my list are thank you, Neptune Envy, for the resub. Thank you very much. And Izzard for gifting a sub to Northern Lion is my daddy. Thank you very much, Izzard. Thank you very much. Good luck turning that into a video, Merrick. I don't think you can do it, but good luck. Good luck. Oh, Revolting Doors just came in with a resub too. Hi, Tim. I've been a VOD frog since the Persona 5 days. Glad to have become a proper stream watcher at the beginning of your VA arc. All right, thanks. All right. I think we're ready to start reading, Mouse.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I think we're
okay. Have you seen what you're reading?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of want to do Coscodal, but it's okay. I can be strong.
Boulder said it's not very good today. Boulder said you can do it at the break. How about that?
Okay, I'll do Coscodal in the break. Okay. All right.
Okay. Cool. All right. This is me. You ready?
Sure.
Okay. Stream title. I had planned on taking a nap, but the boat really was shaking bad. I gave up on sleeping and went up onto the deck. There I was welcomed by the shining sun and a strong sea breeze. Amakusa had been doing some stretches on the deck. He must have a lot of time on his hands, too. After all, it'll be several more hours before we reach Nijima.
Hold on 1 second. They're saying that there's no sound. There should be sound. Hold on. I can turn up all the way to max. Okay. Can you hear the ocean now?
Okay.
Okay. I think
we're good.
Yep.
Sounds like they're good. Okay. It would only have taken a couple dozen minutes by airplane, but there was the chance that the Nijima airport was under the Sumadera family's web. The harbor would probably be the same. For that reason, I had obtained a boat that would let me land while avoiding the harbor, no questions asked. I'd bumped into a cheery boat captain, plied him generously, and he had decided to help me out amused. Still gonna be a while?
I just asked the captain, and it sounds like it'll take a full 2 hours more. Well, beggars can't be choosers.
The weather sure is nice. Feels like I'll burn.
Going to read on the deck? You'll damage your book.
Amakusa apparently thought this was because I was clutching Maria One-chan's diary under my arm. I'd been reading it half asleep, which was why I'd come back up still clutching it.
Oh, me too. How's it going? Think you'll be able to find the truth of Akinjima from Maria-san's diary?
Who knows? No matter how much I investigate what happened on that island, it won't make for anything more than a theory. There's no truth written in the message bottle or One-chan's diary, just a fairy tale with a witch walking around. I'm stuck.
Looks like you've got nothing to look forward to except questioning those involved on Nijima.
I imagine the witch hunters have showered them with questions over and over, so I'm pretty sure I won't find any new facts.
So even though your hopes are that low, you're willing to spend a half-day trip on a boat to go to Nijima anyway. Talk about fickle.
It's like a journey of self-satisfaction, so that I can say, I investigated. I'm not so naive as to seriously think that the truth of 12 years ago will be revealed.
And when you're done with your self-satisfaction trip, what will you do next?
Who knows? I haven't thought about it. I'll go to Nijima, ask some people who were involved. Then, after going to Rikenjima in the end and leaving some flowers, my journey will be over. Several days have already passed since this journey began. After being told by Burncastle on the roof of that building to search for the truth of 12 years ago, I'd left on a journey like trying to grasp a cloud. At the time, I felt as though I'd experienced something mystical, and had the feeling that I might be able to grasp some kind of miracle at the end of this journey. But after several days passed, my excitement died down. On that day, when I stood on the roof of that skyscraper, my heart was completely cornered and dead. So I'd wanted from the bottom of my heart to be released from the cage of my body and rise into the sky, and had crossed the fence in order to die. Maybe experiencing the desire to die and actually stepping forward, throwing my body down, caused some kind of mystical experience inside my head, making me think I had received a message from a witch. The excitement from my jump lessened over time, and the more I came back to my senses, the more this journey lost its meaning. But I didn't even consider suspending this journey just because of that. If I stop this journey, it'll mean acknowledging that the message from that witch was an illusion. And I felt as though that meant throwing away the promise the witch made, and any chance that someone from my family might come back. So because it was hard to believe that those events were an illusion, I've continued on my journey. I don't seriously believe that this journey will change anything. It's even up to me when to end this journey. It's up to me to choose where the final destination is. In the end, this journey is only for my self-satisfaction.
Interesting that she is like calling out to herself about this, or calling herself out about the conflict she's thinking about magic not being real. Okay. Alright, I like that. Self-satisfaction, huh? It sounds bad when you say it, but I think that's actually what life is all about.
Oh? If that's the answer you've reached after hovering over the line between life and death in the mercenary business, that's probably pretty deep.
Don't take it so lightly. What I'm trying to say is that the only one who can acknowledge you in this world is yourself. Oh, by the way, full disclosure, chat. I don't know how long ago it was, but I think it was a couple weeks ago. Now that I'm seeing this, I have seen this image before in a thumbnail on someone else's read-through on YouTube. And that made me not look at YouTube anymore of the scroll, because I was seeing the Umineko uploads of what I was doing, and then that got into my feed. So now there were more people who were doing Umineko showing up from the algorithm, and I saw this image, and I was like, "Who the fuck are these two?" I thought it was like it was like fan fiction. Someone had drawn like their own Umineko OCs, and they were doing their own YouTube video about it. Yeah. So yeah, like if you don't want to see spoilers like that, then you might want to not go through YouTube, just in case.
Yeah, actually, something happened in Umi stream chat a little bit ago where someone posted something and they were like, "Oh, isn't this cute fan art?" And it was not fan art. It was a game.
Oh,
it
no.
was one of the CGs. So yeah, if you're like mid Umineko read, maybe don't look at anything about it online ever. Like,
yep.
Sorry.
Oh man. Anyway, so I think it was this one. Yeah, I remember being like, "Who the fuck are they? They must not be in." It's a fake part of the story. It's fan fiction. Anyway, don't take it so lightly. What I'm trying to say is that the only one who can acknowledge you in this world is yourself. Is you yourself.
Amakusa continued stretching as he spoke, in an irritatingly fresh way. Hearing it told to me as though from a teacher made me instinctively want to resist, but what he was saying was extremely sensible, relatable. That may be true. People work hard when they want to be acknowledged by someone. In most cases, that someone is their parents. Children learn how to work hard because they want to be praised by their parents. Although, that's why I never learned.
Sorry, that's not how I meant it. What I'm trying to say is that there's nothing wrong with self-satisfaction. No matter who praises you, it's meaningless unless you can accept it. turning it around, even if no one praises you, that doesn't matter as long as you can accept it.
Self-satisfaction tends to contradict a desire to improve oneself, so we're usually taught that it's bad. Somehow, your argument seems like a pretty fresh take on it, Amakusa.
The anguish of the human world comes when you want someone to acknowledge you, but you don't know what it is you should be striving for. I had a time like that too. I wanted to be acknowledged by someone, but I didn't know what I wanted them to acknowledge about me. And since I didn't know what to strive for or how far I should go to be acknowledged, I did a lot of crazy things.
Imagine someone hires a bodyguard for you and he starts talking about the anguish of the human condition. Just on a boat together, cruising to the place where your whole family was killed. Just
I think you would conclude, you know, I guess I'm in a VN.
And the answer you reached was self-satisfaction?
It sounds bad, but that's how it is. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, they say.
Who is this guy?
If I'm satisfied with my life, it doesn't matter what other people say. It's the same for your life, this journey. No one has any right to criticize you other than you yourself, Anji-san. You're the only one who determines the meaning and results of your journey. If it's been a meaningful journey for you, then that's more than enough.
I always did take you for a flippant ladies' man, but you really do say weird things every once in a while. I'll bet you think saying stuff like that will make you popular.
Of course not. Of course not. I mean, they're literally on a ship right now. That's not how I meant it at all. Looks like you want to be alone. I'll head over to the boat captain. Please, take it easy.
Amakusa apparently decided I was in a bad mood. That's just how I am, though. Although I didn't feel that way myself. Or he might have finished a set of stretches and wanted to cool off in the shade. The sea winds were strong, but not enough to cool the rays of the sun. Amakusa disappeared. Only I remained. Self-satisfaction is life itself, huh?
That's just boring. Life is nothing without greed.
I noticed that Mammon had suddenly appeared, her abundant hair fluttering over by the prow of the ship. It's true that a life of greed would be fun, but unlike you, humans have a limited lifespan. If greed is eternal, that means a person will have desires even in the last moment before they die. Having desires means there's something that you want, something you don't have, some way you aren't complete. I'm sure it's tough to die when you can't think of your life as being a full one. So I'm sure self-satisfaction is necessary.
Someone chat is saying, I'm feeling goofy for this. Yeah, I love that meme. Someone else is saying, this scene legit made me rethink my life. Yeah, like, this is something I think about a lot. I've been thinking about this for years now, actually. Yeah, it is true. It is true. It's probably going to be a conflict that, I don't know, like, I'm a lot older than most people in chat, but I'm still pretty young in the grand scheme of things. Like, I'm only 39, so I don't want to say, like, oh, this is something you're going to go back and forth on for the rest of your life. But for my life so far, this is something you go back and forth from. Like, self-satisfaction, self-validation is, to me right now, way more important than external validation and external satisfaction. But I don't know if that's going to change as I get older. I think they're both important, though. I think they're both important.
I think it's the case that if you depend only on external validation, you're setting yourself up to fail.
Yeah.
Like, I think that you should always have a piece of yourself that is validating who you are, and you should like dedicate yourself to making sure that's a stable force in your life. But being the only thing propping yourself up is really difficult. That's a difficult way to live. And so I think as long as you feel secure about yourself, then going out and finding ways for other people to make you feel good is important. And it's important to get feedback from people too. Like, if all you care about is what you think about yourself, then you're being pretty tone deaf to, oh, sorry, I don't mean to offend you by saying tone deaf. Then, you know, like the rest of the world has needs and stuff too. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that you could take it. That was such a good joke. I think you could take it in an extreme in either direction, obviously, but that doesn't mean you need to be dead set in the middle. I think you should lean toward, I don't know, like right now I would say, just to put a number on it, just for fun, I would say you should lean toward 60 to 70% self-satisfaction, self-validation, and then the rest should come from external sources. They're still important. Yeah. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
Bro was there when the ladder was built 3,900 years ago. Okay, all right. Okay. All right. I see. Because of the existence of a lifespan, you have to compromise like that. All of my
I am
masters.
36 years old. I am 36 years old, Chad. I'm younger than he is.
All of my masters had very long lifespans, so I've never thought of it.
I wonder if humans live for the purpose of becoming satisfied. If so, it's probably easiest to live without desires. I see. So that's why greed is one of the 7 deadly sins.
Giggle. Your praise honors me.
Apparently, that counted as a compliment in Mimin's eyes. She turned and gave a graceful bow.
Angie-sama, do humans live so they can find satisfaction at the moment of their deaths?
Wouldn't it be pretty tough if you felt you were lacking something when you died?
If so, then humans live only so that they can meet a satisfying death. They live so that they can have a better death. They live so that they can die. Oh, man.
This kid's saying something pretty incredible. I see, as I'd expect from a demon steak, would you? However, it might be the truth. Humans suffer because they aren't satisfied and live only to find satisfaction. In other words,
Sumari.
That might be the same as a desire to die satisfied. I can't counter that. People live in order to be satisfied. I'm trying so hard not to fall into like a philosophy 101 argument with the VN author right now. It's like really tough for me. I just want you to know that. Anyway, people live in order to be satisfied, and they hope to die that way. So it's really painful when you don't know how to find that satisfaction.
Just to scare the shit out of chat, people who are younger than me in the chat, I don't know if this is for everyone, but for me, I think about dying a lot more as I get older, not less. The older I get, the more I think about the ending that's inevitable and coming, not less. So yeah, enjoy that coming, people who are younger than me in chat. How fantastic.
Yippee! Yay!
Yay! Okay, yay! Just how can you find something like that in a human's life?
You'd never have a conversation like this during Steins Gate, by the way.
True.
By being acknowledged. By hearing someone say, you were happy.
If it doesn't matter who acknowledges them, then I'll do it.
Yeah, that's the problem. People don't know who needs to acknowledge them.
So searching for this person who can acknowledge them is the journey of their life?
It sounds strange. Whether you're acknowledged or not, it supposedly doesn't change your circumstances. And yet, if you're acknowledged, you will be satisfied, while if you aren't, then you won't. It's almost like the bluebird. Because you can't notice the bluebird even though it's already in the cage. You have to go out on a journey, searching everywhere.
What the heck? Human lives sure are stupid.
That's right. Amakusa said something really good. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, was it? I don't know where that proverb came from, but it's deep. Basically, if you can't find enough satisfaction unless someone else acknowledges you, that's the same as not acknowledging yourself. The ultimate in self-fulfillment is acknowledging yourself.
That's right. Because if you can know that you're fully satisfied, there's no need to be acknowledged by anyone. Just by taking notice of the small things, the human's foolish journey of life can be ended easily. You can spend the rest of your life playing and having a good time. A human's life is so ridiculous. Yeah.
Mimin's choice of words was bad, but it was surely the truth. If most of a human's life is a journey with the hopes that someone will acknowledge them, so that they can achieve a satisfied death, then when they realize that the person doing the acknowledging isn't someone else but they themselves, that pointless journey can end. Humans who have ended that journey can probably spend the rest of their lives as they wish, with their head held high. How noble, how praiseworthy would that be? You know? It seems Amakusa's on pretty bad terms with his parents. That makes sense. Any decent parents would want him to get the hell out of the trade he's in.
Does that really matter though? As long as it's fun for the person in question.
Exactly. That's what it comes down to in the end. Criticism formed by the observations of other people doesn't matter. If your existence is firmly acknowledged by you yourself, that's enough. If you can live with confidence in yourself, you'll surely be able to accept and be satisfied with any kind of lifestyle. I'm sure Amakusa will eventually eat a stray bullet on the battlefield and get seriously injured. He might even die. But I don't think he'd view that as something unfair. I'm sure he'd cackle about how that's also a part of life.
What a great way to live. I could fall for the guy. Oh.
Pitiful humans who can't acknowledge themselves wander about searching for that their whole lives, and without anything being accepted, they do nothing but grumble and die while still unsatisfied. How pitiful. Compared to people whose lives drag on without any purpose, Amakusa is more likely to eventually die by the roadside. But I think he's much more noble for living his life with his head held high.
Aren't the winners in life those who achieve enlightenment? If they can do that even a little sooner, they'll be able to live that much more of their life effectively. That much more of their life effectively. Okay, I got there.
With Mamon's words, I finally accepted a certain fact. In the past, I've called that girl unusual, a little strange. However, that wasn't true. All she did was keep her head held high and finish that journey faster than anyone else. Maybe that's what made Maria One-chan so amazing. When she was at the age where she might or might not enter the first year of elementary school, she had already reached that point. For people like us, looking at her life from the outside, it wasn't something we'd call blessed. But even though days like that were engraved in her diary, they always finished up by saying it was a happy day. Even though the part of her mother that didn't love her daughter came and went, she believed that her mother loved her. The mother's love that didn't exist, she created herself, filling her world with love. Others might observe her as an unsatisfied, pitiful girl, but she herself acknowledged that she was satisfied, and so she was happy that way. It's easy to observe that as something pitiable and sad, but to her, that was an outsider's opinion, so it didn't matter. Whether or not it was happy for her was the only important thing. It's just like how when people who live in the city point to the lifestyles of those in rural areas and mourn their inconvenience and feel sympathy for them, it's really none of their business. If those who live there are satisfied with what they have, that's more than enough.
I don't agree with that, but I'm gonna find it really hard to argue against it. No. Oh no. Oh no. What a horrible feeling. Shit. Anyway, sorry, continue.
But if the people in Moncton are happy, then that's enough.
That's exactly it. No.
This is a Aristotelian-ass argument. I ain't having any of it. Anyway, I finally noticed something. I noticed it just now. I did something horrible to Maria One-chan, and to you all, and to Sakutaro as well, on that day. Whether magic exists or not, that's not up to other people to decide. It's up to you yourself. Whether magic exists to Maria One-chan is a problem for Maria One-chan to decide, not me. And yet, when I was young, on that day, I said it. By saying there was no way magic exists, I hurt her. The fact that magic doesn't exist in my eyes matters in my world. But denying it even in One-chan's world for that reason was totally misguided. Mariage Sorcière is the witches' alliance Maria One-chan created. I was invited into it and told to become a witch with them. Thinking it a new, interesting game, I went along with that for a while. But because of the cruelty of youth, I got tired of it halfway through. And I tore her pure heart apart with sharp words. At that time, we must have gotten into a huge fight. I forgot about it right away, but she couldn't forget about it. After all, to her, magic was a natural power that really existed. And she believed that she'd be able to share it with me. To Maria One-chan, magic is a power that can interpret the world as blessed. No, which can truly make everything blessed. She just wanted to share that with me too. The young me tore that feeling apart. So she closed herself up in a shell, assuming that she wouldn't be able to share her magic with anyone.
If that's true, then Lady Maria's journey through life wasn't over after all. If she'd been able to accept herself, then there'd be no need to collapse just because you denied her, Auntie-sama.
One-chan was young. She still hadn't reached a philosophical viewpoint like Amakusa. Yeah, now I understand. That's why the Witches' Alliance called Mariage Sorcière was necessary. An alliance where each acknowledges that the other is a witch. That's right, I'm pretty sure that was the first article in the agreement of Mariage Sorcière. Witches of the alliance would acknowledge each other and respect each other. That's the deepest and only meaning of the Witches' Alliance. Maria One-chan wanted to share with me the secret laws to make the world happy called magic. But I was young, and she was too. I hurt her with innocent cruelty. On that day I said cruel things to you all and Sakutaro. I said there was no way you exist.
How rude. We acknowledge that we exist ourselves. We're not like humans with their souls half asleep. I think, therefore I am. Whether you acknowledge or deny magic, the existence of the magic called the Seven Sticks of Purgatory is a fact. As long as we acknowledge it ourselves, to borrow your words.
It truly would be violence for another person like me to deny it. I'm sure that'd be like having your true mother yell, "I wish you'd never been born." No, disappear. Even after being slammed by all those words, Maria One-chan's magic made her believe in her mother's love. Sakutaro, her magic friend, always encouraged her. He kept saying that her mother loved her, that she was coming home late because of her work, and that she would definitely bring back a present. Even after Maria learned that her mother's work wasn't really the cause, magic allowed her to continue believing. And by believing that her mother loved her, by acknowledging herself, she filled her world with love and peace and serenity, establishing it completely. What happened 12 years ago? What happened to my family? This was never a journey to search for that.
Then what kind of journey is this?
It was a journey to apologize to Maria One-chan for what happened that day. I don't know why, but that's what I think. If I hadn't hurt her, the incident 12 years ago might not have occurred. That's what I think.
Oh, wow. That's such a burden to put on yourself, Angie. What the fuck?
Angie is not having a good time.
No. Yeah, what?
I have no basis for it. I don't have a clue how hurting One-chan could be connected with that mysterious incident several years later. But for some reason, I can't imagine that there's no connection. A witch caused that incident, and the culprit is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And Beatrice was part of the Mariage Sorcière alliance of witches. I horribly hurt the other witch of that alliance. I hurt her with the thought that magic doesn't exist. So, several years later, a crime caused by a witch occurred, and a 2-day period that couldn't be explained with anything but magic was thrust in my face thanks to the message bottle. There's no way I wasn't involved somehow. I don't get it. It could be coincidence or it could be fate. For some reason, I've started thinking like that on this journey.
And what's your basis for it?
I have none. I just think it's true. Average Dragon's Den argument.
The Japanese sure are interesting. Even when they're the victim, they feel as though they did something wrong and apologize for no reason. I could understand if you said, "I hate Beatrice for stealing my family" or something, but you really are weird, feeling guilty for no reason and apologizing.
Of course I hate Beatrice. I couldn't continue this journey without that feeling. But it's okay to choose yet another purpose for this journey. There's nothing wrong with adding on a goal of apologizing for past sins, in addition to getting revenge on a witch for what happened 12 years ago. I can at least go to Rikkenjima, apologize for my reckless remarks, and offer flowers. No, there's something better than flowers. And I think that would be more fitting for One-chan. I stood up, not minding that the sea breeze scattered my hair, and concentrated my mind. I lifted my palm up to the height of my head and imagined a vast space.
Angie-sama.
Be quiet. Come, arise. I am the witch apprentice, Angie Beatrice. I was excommunicated, but I was once a member of the same alliance, and you are the dearly missed furniture who played with me. Answer to my call. It was hard to tell in the middle of the day, but a faint blue light gathered around the palm of my hand. Then, Sakutaro's form was revived.
Ooh.
It truly did bring back memories, that figure. His cute ears, his bright red muffler, the voice that Joe is definitely going to replicate. It came off easily, so One-chan faithfully rewrapped it all the time, didn't she?
Sakutaro, do you recognize us? Do you know who we are? Ryu! Mammon! Angie!
With a sleepy face, as though waking up from a long slumber, Sakutaro looked all around him as he spoke. It's been a long time, Sakutaro. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've summoned you with my own power. And now I'm the only one who can summon you.
Ryu.
Those words might have been a bit cruel. Sakutaro's face clouded over. In the past, I denied you. Now that I've summoned you, it means I've accepted your existence.
Are you sure? Is it really alright for me to be summoned into Angie's world?
His eyes were a bit frightened. It was only natural. I, who had played with him like a friend before, had suddenly denied him and tried to burn him with the magic-resisting toxin. It was only natural that he was scared. I apologize for that day. To you too, Mammon. And to the rest of you. At some point, the rest of the Seven Sisters has gathered on the deck. No, they're always there. Always by my side. As long as I acknowledge that it's okay for them to be there, they'll always appear. You certainly do exist. Lucifer, and Leviathan, and Satan, and Belphegor, and Mammon, and Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, and Sakutaro too.
And in the back, there's Nanjo. Are you sure? You're one challenging Beatrice-sama, and you're one challenging Beatrice-sama, Anji-sama. Is it okay for one in a position of denying witches to acknowledge us?
As to whether magic exists or not in my world, sorry, but let me put that on hold. It's not like I myself acknowledge the existence of magic.
But then doesn't that contradict the fact that you're acknowledging us?
It's because magic exists for people who believe, even if I don't. If someone believes, then magic will exist in the human world. That fact won't change in the slightest whether I believe in magic or not. No, it mustn't change. That person just had to hold their head up high and believe in their own magic. I acknowledge that. So it wouldn't be strange at all for all of you to exist.
Quite a play on words, but it's an interesting interpretation. Says Satan. What you're saying, Anji-sama, is probably a devil's proof.
A devil's proof?
Right? To prove the existence of demons, you just need to find one. But it's impossible to deny the existence of demons. Yeah, and we're here. That means whether Anji-sama believes in magic or not, our existence is unshakable. Ryu! The magic-resisting toxin is disappearing. From Angie. You're right. Even though you're in a position of denying magic. Why?
That's probably because I learned what it means to respect and acknowledge. Right now, I might be able to understand the depths of Maria One-chan's and Beatrice's magic. In the past, I didn't believe in things like magic. Thinking something like that couldn't exist, I acted like I was closing my eyes tightly and couldn't see anything. But now I'm different. I get the feeling I can look right at the thing called magic and close in on its true nature.
How frustrating. It's truly rare to find a human so free of the magic-resistant toxin in this day and age. And she has such an uncommon genius for being a witch. That's right. If Anji-sama tried to become a witch right now, she could grow to be a great witch, maybe even at Beatrice-sama's level. Even so, she has acknowledged our existence and is our master. Most likely, Anji-sama will be our final master. Let us think of this as our final service and apply ourselves to the fullest. Leah... But I just can't stand that Anji-sama still doesn't believe in magic herself. Anji-sama, please believe in magic too. It feels like a waste to finally have a master and have it not be a witch. Even though you have an outstanding talent that can make you one of the greatest witches, your goal is to attack witches. It's so frustrating. Well, even so, that's your life, the way you live. And in the world where you've decided that, there's nothing we can do to complain.
Thanks for understanding me. Yeah, whether magic exists to me or not, that's up to me to decide. Regardless of whether magic actually does exist somewhere in the world or not. When I think about it, this world is so vast and yet so small. Billions of people live on the earth, but I probably won't meet even 1% of those people. Even so, I will speak of a world, my world, which doesn't know even 1% of the world. I'm not qualified to deny the laws of a world I don't know. So just because magic doesn't exist in my world, I can't deny that magic exists in a world I don't know. That makes it a true devil's proof. No, maybe it's more like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can be confident in the world I know. So even if that's denied by a complete stranger who doesn't know a thing about my world, that's nothing to worry about. And in the same way, I've got no right to deny a world I don't know, just because I don't know about it. Therefore, regardless of whether there's magic in my world or not, I can't deny the magic Maria One-chan taught me.
Ryu! After all, even if you've never seen it, magic exists.
Yes, that's why, as I've already said, you friends of the Witches' Alliance, Mariage Sorcière, can't be denied by me or anyone else. I proclaimed that most important part again because we didn't get it the first 7 times. Even though the sea breeze and the crashing of the waves were noisy, it was a time of silence. Both Sakutaro and the 7 Sisters of Purgatory reflected on my words. And probably I did too. Does magic exist? Do witches exist? While ignoring what the answer would be for my own world, I acknowledged their existence. That contradiction was what I'd proclaimed so boldly.
Is episode 4 in the Umi Pro version shorter, or is it about the same?
No, it's about the same. There's not like significant cuts to editing. It's just like editing of the wording.
Okay, so far the how many translations of this have there been? Is it just those 2, or are there more?
There was an original Witch Hunt translation that was the original fan translation. That got changed into the Manga Gamer version. A different version of that got forked off into Umi Pro. Then there's a Switch version, which I think is slightly different, but is closest to Umi Pro. And I think that's all the English translations.
Okay, so there's been no translation that has gone through taking more liberties with actually trying to cut it down and changing it. It's just, they just try to do a one-to-one the best they can.
Yeah, so there was a project called Umi Gold, which was super promising. I'm not sure what their translation work was, but it basically fell apart.
Okay.
Don't chat. I was talking about Umi Gold. It doesn't actually exist. Shush.
No, it exists. I believe it exists.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
We'll make it exist.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Angie. If you'll acknowledge that much, can't you acknowledge witches too? No, that was a foolish question. You already have a clear answer to it.
Sorry. Though I do acknowledge that witches might exist somewhere in this world. But that doesn't shake my world.
Mouse, please make Umi gold so Joe can play a better story. You won't acknowledge witches or magic. You'll definitely expose the truth of Rikijima. Right?
Yes, that's my world. Even if a real witch exists, I won't acknowledge it in my world. No matter how much that witch tries to convince me.
Your position is to attack witches, Anji-sama. And I understand well that you haven't the slightest wavering in that feeling. We are your furniture, the seven sisters of purgatory. We will always be by your side. We'll always be waiting for the day that we can be useful. Although, since you don't believe in magic, you can never be anything more than people to talk to. Convenient. That's enough for now. We've been left room to exist. For that alone, we should thank and acknowledge Anji-sama. In short, all of us.
That was a Sumari, by the way.
Oh. Are all together again. Uryu! Yeah! Sakutaro, let me squeeze you!
When Sakutaro was overcome with emotion and tears came to his eyes, the seven sisters closed in and mobbed him. They were also celebrating a long-missed reunion. If their existence is permitted, they're definitely capable of existing here. No, even if I don't permit it, they can exist. Because I acknowledged them, they showed their reunion's joy to me as well. As I watched over that scene, I reflected over what this journey of mine meant. I wonder if everyone will forgive me this way.
You've done enough. We are furniture. Just being summoned, just being allowed to be by your side makes us happy. Uryu. Angie, thank you very much.
Come to think of it, why was I able to summon Sakutaro? No, it's the other way around. Why wasn't One-chan able to summon Sakutaro? Maria One-chan had despaired, thinking that Sakutaro had died, which meant she hadn't been able to summon him like this anymore. In the past, One-chan said it was more advantageous in a summoning to have a vessel. However, a vessel is like training wheels, and it shouldn't be absolutely necessary. In other words,
Sumari.
Even if the stuffed animal lion that was Sakutaro's vessel didn't exist, it should have been possible to summon him. No, when you put it like that, it's even a little doubtful whether summoned things can be limited by life and death. Moreover, Sakutaro should have been an especially important friend to Maria One-chan. She should have been able to strive hard to summon him one more time. It certainly was sad that the original stuffed animal vessel had been torn apart, but why did he die and become impossible to summon again?
There's a Koru pen, apparently.
There is. You want to read it?
Wow, what a surprise that a privileged billionaire teenager has adopted a centrist worldview that lets her freely ignore material conditions and values superficial respectfulness and decorum shown towards opponents higher than doing what's right. People don't want to hear it, but when Angie grows up, she's 100% going to do a Zoom sing-along with the stakes to raise everyone's spirits during COVID instead of using her wealth to help in any way.
I just think she's nice.
Imagine. That's because at that time, Maria saw my stuffed animal torn and decided that I died. It's the same as the existence of magic. If Sakutaro has died in Lady Maria's world, then he can't exist in her world. Uryu.
The shock of having her beloved stuffed animal torn apart had left a wound in her heart serious enough to prevent her from summoning her irreplaceable close friend. In Maria One-chan's eyes, Sakutaro died. So even if Sakutaro can exist like this to me, he cannot exist before her.
I was always with Maria. When Maria cried, I was always right beside her, telling her not to cry. But my form, my voice, nothing of me will reach Maria now.
Sakutaro hung his head, looking sad. After that incident, the nature of Mariage Sorcière rapidly began to change. Before then, the alliance was a peaceful thing. But after that incident, it grew full of shadier things, focusing on how to curse people you hate. One-chan's diary began to show a clear change. A diary is a mirror that reflects one's heart as it is. It probably showed the personality called Maria die and be reborn as the evil witch personality. Maria, but capital letters.
Ooh.
When she buried that diary in hatred and sadness, her heart surely wasn't satisfied. Because it wasn't satisfied, she had to bury it with hatred and sadness. And while still unsatisfied, she met with death. I wonder if her unsatisfied soul has a hole opened in its chest from sadness even now. and continually wanders, dripping tears down and calling Sakutaro's name. One-chan needs you.
So what Sakutaro just said, sorry, what the stuffed animal just said was similar to how like Kinzo was talking about Beatrice and how Beatrice was like standing next to him in one of the garden scenes and he was unable to see her. That's an interesting parallel. Huh. So did Kinzo see Beatrice die and the whole thing that he set up is just like trying to like mindfuck himself into thinking that maybe she can come back somehow? Like if he made it like impossibly difficult for her to appear under certain conditions, that also lines up with what he said about like the bigger the risk, the higher the reward. Okay. Okay, interesting parallel. Either way, let's move on. Ryu.
What can I do to revive you in Maria One-chan's world? If I can learn that method, I'll be able to save One-chan. That's the method of atonement I've been given. What can be done to revive Sakutaro?
To Maria, my vessel had a very important meaning.
The vessel? In other words,
Sumari.
If we could revive the lion stuffed animal.
But Mama Rosa made my stuffed animal herself, so only she could make it.
Even inside the diary, Maria One-chan had asked this of Beatrice and was refused for that reason. The magical significance of a stuffed animal being unique and handmade is very large. Then, if we could make the same thing once more... But Aunt Rosa is already gone from this world. We can't make the same thing again. Was there ever another identical stuffed animal made or anything like that?
He's a stuffed animal made to be Lady Maria's birthday present and is the only one of his kind in the world. A handmade and unique vessel. That's why it conceals a great magical power. And if lost, it cannot be obtained again. It won't revive. Ryu.
Because she knew that, Maria One-chan watched that stuffed animal, which was unique in that world, get torn apart. And despaired. Because it was the only one of its kind in the world, and she couldn't permit a compromise such as buying another one. She had despaired from the bottom of her heart. But Sakutaro is right here. Even without a vessel, he's here. Because I acknowledge that he certainly exists in my world. Even if Maria One-chan doesn't acknowledge him, that can't be denied, right?
Logically, that's true, but I think using the same logic to make Lady Maria accept him could be difficult. Maria, I'm not dead. I'm right here. Ryu.
I'm sure that on Rikkenjima, I'll be able to be reunited with Maria One-chan. And no matter what, I'll revive the you that's inside One-chan and let you be reunited.
Can you do it?
It'll probably be hard. Just like how, after being invited into the Witches' Alliance, I rejected it without understanding what it meant. She might also reject your existence. But I've got to do it. That's the only way I can atone for my sins.
Enji-sama.
What's waiting on Rikkenjima? And what will happen? What will be created? Or maybe nothing will happen. That island, which was the beginning of everything, is the final destination of this journey. You all are the furniture of a witch, so as your master, I have to take you home. To the Witch's Island, to Rikkenjima.
Smash.
Smash. I need to tell you and chat that it just started pouring down rain here. So if I disconnect, go on without me because I might lose power.
Topical with the clouds in the VM.
I know. Also, I'm gonna change something really quickly. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Even though the rays of the sun had been so strong, at some point clouds had started to hang down. The spray that hit my cheek might not have all come from crashing waves.
He's back. Angie-san, looks like we're gonna get a bit of a shower. Maybe you'd better go below deck.
Amakusa called out to me with an expression that said, "Oh, you're still here?" When I looked up, I saw that the island's silhouette had gotten much larger. We might reach land very soon. I remembered that the weather report had mentioned scattered rains. The sky wasn't dark enough for rain clouds. It'll probably be just for a short time. Even though the rain was light enough not to be a pain. Having rain start to fall as we approached the island felt like some kind of fate. It was raining on October 4th, 1986 as well. I'm approaching the Rikkenjima of that day, and not just in distance. I went back down with Amakusa. He was carrying what looked like a really large and heavy golf bag. It was something Amakusa had brought back with him on a day when we'd split up. I didn't inquire as to its contents, but it was hard to imagine they were anything peaceful. I won't go so far as to ask what's inside, but it looks heavy.
It's guns. Why are these things so darn heavy all the time? A French instructor taught me something interesting about that once. He said they should always be heavy. After all, a human life is heavier than the world, so these should be even heavier.
It'd be nice if you didn't need to use them.
That would be nice.
Amakusa set the golf bag like luggage down beside him. I just auto-corrected in my head.
That's okay, I do it all the time too.
Okay.
Helicopter?
Helicopter? Plane.
Plane.
A two-propeller aircraft touched down on the runway. Considering the weather, it couldn't have been a pleasant flight. Everything after this flight had been suspended due to weather.
Oh no.
Cutting through the drizzle as she traversed the runway, Sumadera Kasumi entered the lobby with two black suits as guards. Actually, you can read the omniscient narration. How about that as a treat?
The four black suits who had been waiting inside the lobby stood up and respectfully lowered their heads in salute. Katsumi-sama!
Propeller planes certainly do shake. I wouldn't want to ride one again.
We have a car prepared. Please, this way. They got into two luxury cars that had been rented.
Angie should be headed for Rikkenjima, a deserted island. How convenient. You've arranged for some tools, I take it.
Yes, ma'am. The black suit in the passenger seat put a heavy bag that had been set by his feet onto his lap, opened the catch with a click, and showed Katsumi what was inside. Inside were several silver lumps of carefully wrapped aluminum foil. He peeled one open to show her. A black, blunt automatic pistol peeked its face out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Amakusa's gonna have a showdown with them all.
Yep.
Can't wait for these to be cat girls. Oh shit, hold on. The first day, October 4th, 1986. Alright, I know where it is. Okay. 1986.
We're back. Okay. Check voice assignments.
Okay,
Pretend it's Umi Pro and this rain is animated.
Let me see it. I see it. I have love. I can see it.
Okay.
It is animated. Alright. It was already approaching 10 at night. By now, the typhoon had wrapped itself around Rikkenjima. Even the rose garden that had looked so beautiful midday was beaten down upon by the fierce winds and resisted with all its might, undulating and trying to keep the flowers from blowing away. In that rose garden was Shannon in the lead, Battler holding up an umbrella, Jessica and George carrying the sleeping Maria on his back, all heading for the guest house. Oh, I know what scene this is. We can at least make it to the guest house from here. Chen, it's fine. You should go back and rest.
Don't worry, seeing you off is also part of my duty. The family conference is going on inside, and Mom and Genji-san are probably getting stressed. If we keep you, they'll misunderstand and think you were being lazy.
That's right. Just graciously accepting our offer might be the best way to avoid burning people. Thank you, Shannon.
Not at all. Certainly, as Milady has said, it is very tense inside the mansion today. Therefore, coming with all of you allowed me a breath of fresh air, and I've been able to relax a bit.
Family conference, huh? They went to all the trouble of chasing his kids out, so they're probably talking about something shady. Probably. I'm sure there's nothing we can do to help out. Just try and stay out of their way is probably the best way for us to be useful.
I'm sure it's all just money, money, money. Even though they act like they're so rich most of the time, when it gets tough, they all start getting pushy. Why don't they just be graceful and split it evenly between everyone?
That'd be awesome. It'd be nice if I got a share too. If I got some too, I'd split it with Shannon right away.
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate the sentiment.
Shannon isn't greedy at all. Normally, girls of your age would have tons of things they'd want to buy.
I guess, but none of the things I want can be bought with money.
Oh, how unselfish. If you lined up all the things I wanted, all the gold in the world wouldn't be enough.
That's if you're talking about things that can be bought with money. I wonder what these things that can't be bought with money that Shannon wants are. Do you have any idea, George Nissan?
Well, I wonder. I'm not Shannon, so how could I know?
I don't know either.
George and Shannon looked down, their faces red. Battler had also heard about what was going on with them, so he knew what Jessica was teasing them about. George Umineko is a person I respect. I think you've met up with a really great person, Shannon-chan.
Yeah, I also feel relieved that we can leave Shannon to George Nissan.
Stop teasing, it's a serious issue for us. More importantly, what about you, Jessica-chan? Have you been able to get a little closer to Canon-kun? What? So you and Canon-kun are like that?
Well, that's dirty, George. Twisting the conversation around like that's dirty.
All right, sorry. As per the crackpot theory that these two might be furniture of Beatrice, that means Jessica, Battler, and George all like the same person. What the fuck?
Hey, if that's true, whoever they are must be smoking hot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Star of the island. Like, oh, baby.
God damn. Oh, man. Oh. The stamina they must have. Holy shit. As they had an animated discussion with ups and downs, the four kids headed for the guest house. The annual family conference was extremely important to the Ushiromiya family, and this year seemed like it was going to be especially important. Apparently, the family head Kinzo was personally going to be making a very serious announcement, and everyone other than the adults have been strictly ordered to leave. Battler hadn't attended the family conference in 6 years, so he didn't really notice. But according to Jessica, there seemed to be a very tense atmosphere tonight, completely different from a normal year. So tense. Common sense made it clear that Kinzo, whose remaining life was short, was going to make some big announcement about the succession of the headship and the distribution of his fortune. But I'm surprised. I think that grandfather's actually going to make an appearance.
I see. So this is the witch's counterattack. I wanted to leave the Joker called Kinzo face down a little longer, but it's probably about time to turn it over. Trump cards exist to be used.
Damn, my theory that grandfather was dead since the beginning and a different 18th person had snuck in is now suddenly torn apart.
I had foreseen that you'd begin to doubt Kinzo eventually. Yes, now your reasoning has all gone back to square one again, right? With this, your theory that Kinzo was dead at the very beginning and I was hiding as the 18th person goes poof.
Fuck. But no way I'll lose heart. Nice cackle. There's only one. That's only one theory gone. Battler, my dude, it's not even gone. Like, let's have some confirmation first. God damn it. I'll attack you like a storm, like a tornado.
I'd have it no other way. Even the first twilight has not yet begun. It's far too early to give up. That's right. And it's not like it was denied with the red truth. At this point in time, Battler's theory hasn't been defeated. It's too early to say that you've won.
Thank God for Angie. Yeah, that's right. It's still too early for me to swallow her story. Grandfather's supposed to finally appear, but there's a chance that they'll talk about how his health has gotten worse and he won't appear after all. Uncle Kraus might be trying desperately to hide the fact that Grandfather is really dead until the last second.
I see. You could also think of it that way. Do as you please. It'll be resolved soon. Very soon.
He'll attack her like a storm, like a tornado, like a Sumari.
Come on.
All the relatives of Nanjo could be seen in the dining hall. Oh, thank God Nanjo's here.
Yeah, thank God. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Nanjo sat alone, quietly watching the wind and rain outside. Kraus sat down in the seat of his own rank with Natsui standing motionless at his side. The other siblings were gathered at the opposite end of the long table, whispering to each other. Is that true?
Yes. Maria said the person who gave her the umbrella was father.
What? What in the world? In other words, Sumari, our strategy has collapsed from the roots.
Not just our strategy. Since father is healthy and has said that he'll make an announcement himself, our trivial bargaining with Nissan was completely pointless.
Yep. That old bastard. Why couldn't he have just shown himself right away without making a show of it? Thanks to that, we've just been quarreling with Umineko uselessly.
Or maybe he wanted to test us on that point. I might not be one to talk since we aren't related by blood, but your father is very intelligent, correct? Our arguments during the day were probably overheard by one of the servants and reported to father. Incredible. The fact that we were making a fuss with father's inheritance as our goal is now right in the open. Just incredible.
Ava uncharacteristically held her head, dejected. If, as Kiria had said, everything had been going according to Kinzo's plans from the beginning, and if this was a huge setup that had been kept up for over a year, trying to find the siblings' true intentions, then they had fallen for it completely. Oh my God, what a sentence. We still don't know for sure that it's reached father's ears.
No, it definitely has. Everyone but Nissan claimed that father was dead, and none of us believed in father's good health. Oh, it's already over. Father will make an announcement. Nissan will become the successor, and he'll say we aren't even qualified to wear the one wing. Oh, Nissan, get a hold of yourself. Rosa-san, I wonder if Maria really received that umbrella from father. Huh? What do you mean? Maria-chan might have seen father, however we haven't seen him. Maria-chan only claims to have seen him. What are you saying? Are you saying Maria's lying?
Calm down, Rosa. Maria-chan didn't necessarily lie. Still, she's an innocent kid, right? For example, if Genji-san came up to her and said something like, I was told by your grandfather to hand this to you, Maria-sama, then even if Maria-chan hadn't met Dad, she still might say that she got an umbrella from him, right?
That's right. That trick could work.
But what was it Maria-chan said? Grandfather came and handed me the umbrella.
Yes, that's what she said. She clearly said she received an umbrella directly from grandfather.
Directly, huh? Then we're stuck.
They often say that bad thinking is no better than sleeping. If you think about it a bit, all of this about the umbrella is a trivial problem. Why's that? Couldn't Maria-chan have been bribed by Nissan to lie and say something that made it seem like father was in good health? There's no evidence that father actually handed the umbrella to her. Regardless of who Maria-chan received the umbrella from, assuming she was even given an umbrella in the first place, Father will appear very soon. Once Father's in front of us, the problem with the umbrella will become completely trivial. In other words,
Sumari.
this is not the time to gossip about the umbrella issue.
What do you mean this isn't the time? I see. I got it. This is probably what Kirie-san's saying. Father is supposed to come here very soon, but the chance still remains that he'll get mad again and won't show up, right?
I see. That's true. Maybe Nissan just said Father was going to appear at random in a desperate bid to buy time against our investigation. Father really is dead already, and Nissan is still lying and saying he's healthy. In short, Tsumari, if Father appears, then no schemes will be effective. There's no need to even think about that case. We're fish on the chopping board. We'd have no choice but to leave fate to the heavens and negotiate directly with Father. That means we'd have no choice but to let him clobber us with his fist, then prostrate ourselves and beg for money. But on the other hand, if Father doesn't appear, then our primary strategy isn't hampered in the least. I see. In short, Tsumari, no matter which way it goes, there's absolutely no need to get flustered now. That's it. If Father shows up, we just have to carry out the normal family conference. Chat puts us at 8 so far in this scene.
Wow.
If he doesn't, we just have to keep on investigating Kraus-san.
Aren't Natsui and Kraus in this scene right now? Like, are they just listening to this? Weren't they here earlier? Is the social worker also in the scene behind a chair somewhere?
And Nanjo is here too.
And Nanjo also has thoughts. We can't let him talk his way out of it. Like if he says Father's mood has suddenly gotten worse.
It seems what we really should be trying to figure out is what scheme Nissan is going to try and trick us with. The way he just doesn't know how to give up is something I know better than anyone. If Father is well, we'll prostrate ourselves and beg for money. If it's a farce of Kraus-san's, then we'll continue our ugly sibling fight. It sounds like this year's family conference is going to be just wonderful.
Yep. So bad thinking is no better than sleeping, huh? It's almost 10 o'clock. Should we press a Nikki? Rudolph and the rest looked at Kraus.
Yeah, he is there.
Yeah, he is there. What the? He was sitting down firmly and looked like he was awaiting Kinzo's arrival with an air of composure. They couldn't tell if he was really composed or if he was scheming about how to tie together his lie.
Dear,
calm yourself. We won't get anywhere by making a fuss after all this. Let's leave it to Genji-san, who is doing his best Kinzo impression in the rain right now.
That means that whole scene was whispers, so it should have been just done in ASMR voices. Do you want to go redo it with Joe Tingles?
Sure. Let's do it.
No, just kidding.
Let's do it. No? Okay.
It's almost 10 o'clock, isn't it?
That was the time that had been set for tonight's family conference to open. And it was the time that the Ushiromiya family had needed to appear. Let me tap on some bullshit for no reason at all. Hold on. Right then, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the hall. There were multiple sets. Natsui raised her head, relieved.
What about mouse tingles? Okay.
But because of the sound of a knock, her expression was filled with disappointment. I'm doing sound effects now. I've decided because Kinzo probably wouldn't have knocked. Please excuse us. I have finished closing up the mansion for the night. It was Goda and Kumasawa. Unlike the powerful Goda, it was rare for Kumasawa, with her old body, to be forced to work this late. What the fuck? Of course, this line written by Goda? Of course, Kraus also seemed to know that. Indeed, good work. My apologies for making you work at such a time, Kumasawa-san.
Oh, it's nothing. I may not look it, but staying up late is still one of my specialties. Wouldn't it be okay to at least let Kumasawa leave without being an observer? It really will be difficult on her body, I imagine. Leave her body alone! This is weird.
The order was to gather all of the servants as well. I cannot disobey. Tonight's family conference was clearly different from normal. On a normal year, no one was allowed to attend except family members. To have the servants present for such a thing was unthinkable. But this year was different. All of the servants were told to attend. Of course, they were not allowed to talk. They were there as observers. Just what in the world was happening that needed to be observed by five servants who weren't normally there and had been invited specially for this night to observe? Even Kraus didn't know.
Oh, I don't look it, but I'm good at staying up late, and my body is fabulous. If you stuff yourself with mackerel too, Kraus-sama, you'll be more manly at night.
I see you're still in high spirits. I'm sure you'll be working in such high spirits until you're 100. Madam, forgive my arrogance, but I've prepared a light snack. I can serve it at any time, so feel free to order it.
Thank you. You really are considerate. Please offer refills of coffee to the others.
Oh, I wish I had a coffee refill. Certainly. After nodding, Goda took the pot towards the relatives gathered at the other end of the table. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense. As he did, more footsteps approached from the hallway. It was a single set, and it was light. Even before the knock, they could imagine who it was.
Excuse me. I've taken the children to the guest house. Good work. Tonight is a special evening. Make sure you stay alert. Yes, certainly, madam.
Genji had gone with Kanon to meet Kinzo. There was still no sign of their return. The hand of the clock passed 10 slightly. What is it?
Sorry, someone in chat said I've taken the hobbits to Isengard. sorry, that really got me. Sorry, that really got me. Okay, go ahead.
Taking the hobbits to Isengard. God. The hand of the clock passed 10 slightly. Once sure of that, Ava spoke to Kraus.
Nii-san, it's time. Are you still not going to start the family conference?
The arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed. Wait a short while.
How long? Sorry, but time's up. I won't have you saying Father hasn't quite shown up yet over and over until dawn.
How can I make a promise about the time Father shows up? Kraus, what are you expecting to happen here? Why are you in such a rush? Why not drink some tea and calm down for now? Nikki, we're gathered here for a family conference, not a farce. Oh, we'll wait 30 more minutes. But if that doesn't work, you'll let us break into the study, okay?
Break into? Such an action will be quite lacking in respect for the head. Oh, right. Our apologies. We'll be good for 30 more minutes.
Humph.
I look forward to seeing if you can keep that same smile up 30 minutes from now.
So you honestly believe that Father is dead?
I have no desire to discuss that now. We can wait until Father comes here. There's absolutely no need for me to argue you down, Nii-san.
Be sure my headship will be passed on to the proper person in the proper manner. No matter what you may scheme, you cannot resist. Of course, the same goes for me.
What are you trying to say? And after bragging all these years about being the successor yourself...
I'll turn your own words back on you. Sumari, I have no desire to discuss that now. All that matters is for Father to come down here. Sorry, is to come... Okay, alright, one second.
All that matters is for Father to come here and proclaim it with his own mouth.
Thank you for saving me. Alright, there's absolutely no need for me to argue you down. Right? Kraus casually turned Ava's words back on her. Of course, that added oil to Ava's anger. But it didn't ignite, because in that instant, the sound of a very loud knock rang out. Oh shit. Both Genji and Kanon were usually very reserved when they knocked. They wouldn't hit the door with such a violent strength. Okay, I just can't imagine how owned I'm gonna be in the next instant if Genji and Kanon and Kinzo walk through this door and they're just all there, and I'm just gonna be sitting here just going like, okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on then, do I? Like, just like...
Read the line, Joe.
Sorry, it was like a judge's gavel slamming down in a call for silence. So everyone went quiet. The door opened slightly and Genji showed himself. Then he spoke with a serious tone different from his usual one. It wasn't the tone he used when carrying out his duties. It was the tone he used when speaking for Kinzo himself. So just by hearing Genji speak like that, the siblings were struck with a sudden tension. Take your seats, everyone. At those words, the dining hall was wrapped in total silence, and everyone hurriedly returned to their designated seats. It was as though students who had been bustling around just before homeroom had suddenly returned to their seats when the teacher came, and it might even have looked humorous, but there was no way anyone would joke about it. I'm so tense right now. Everyone sat in order, and Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa stood up straight in a row by the wall. The head of the glorious Ushiromiya family and Lord of Rikinjima, the island that sparkles gold, Lord Ushiromiya Kinzo, has arrived. Of the double doors that led to the dining hall, Genji opened the right door from the inside, and Kanon opened the left door. What? From the outside? What the fuck? What the fuck? How? And welcomed by a respectful bow from those two, majestically fluttered his cape, Kinzo appeared. Kinzo's gait had a dignified weight to it, and it was hard to believe that he had reportedly been at the end of his life. Genji pulled back Kinzo's seat and motioned for him to sit. But Kinzo stayed standing, signaling with his chin for Genji to move back. And then Kanon walked across the room and had a very loud, verbal, real conversation with Shannon in front of everyone with a lot of back and forth with two distinct people talking next to each other with two distinct voices. What the cackle, 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 cackle. Welcome to Kirinshima. Fuck you, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen. Why the frightened face, Ava?
No, why would I be frightened? I'm just relieved to find you in excellent spirits, Father.
Ava, you're as amusing as ever, aren't you? Why don't you just honestly say how frustrated you are at losing your bet with Kraus? You can't say it, kid. This is fucking Beatrice in a Mission Impossible Kinzo costume. What the fuck is this shit? Cackle, cackle. Ava realized that their conversation during the day had indeed been leaked to Kinzo, and she hung her head, turning red. Well then, my sons and daughters and their companions, tonight I shall make an important announcement regarding my inheritance and the succession that you all seem so keen on. But first, fuck you! I must tell you how incredibly disappointed I am. After all, until this very day, no one has been able to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Even though Kinzo said he was disappointed, a condescending smile rose to his face as though there was no way the likes of these could have solved it, and his gaze passed through all of them. I'd planned to hand over everything to the one who could solve it, but none have been able to solve it before today, and here we stand with nothing of mine passed down to anyone. Oh, how shameful! To think that not one among you has come forward with the qualifications to succeed me. How truly disappointing and shameful and pathetic. The tea was drugged. The tea was drugged. Drug tea. We're doing the drug tea arc. There we go. I'm desperate right now. I'm so fucking desperate. Wahahaha. The siblings hung their heads in silence. Of course they would have solved it if they could. True, they couldn't deny that they wasted a golden opportunity, fuck you, but it was just so hard. Therefore, more than anything else, I want to know what was in the tea right now. I am proclaiming here and now that I will suspend the use of the epitaph's riddle as a method of choosing my successor. What? Fuck you, he's taking it away? In short, Sumari, time's up. This game is over. What a shame for you all. Even though it should have given you all an equal and fair chance, that's gone now. It truly sounded like Kinzo was making a victory proclamation. In that case, would my oldest son Kraus succeed the headship? Cackle, cackle. The answer is no.
What?
You understand, right, Kraus? I certainly gave you the title of successor, but all you did was let it go to your head. Do you know what a successor is? It means the person who will inherit your position after you, father. Wrong! The position of successor isn't something that's guaranteed by the current head at all! This is Beatrice. What the fuck? Listen up, Kraus. I won't tell you this again. A successor is what you call someone who finds everyone else who's after the headship, thoroughly breaks their noses, and makes it so they can never disobey him again. This is not only something that can be said of the headship. It's the same with money. A rich person doesn't mean someone who has money. It means someone who crushes everyone who had more money than himself, and who scrabbles together more money than anyone else. It's the same with talent. A genius is not what you call a person blessed with talent. It means a person who crushes everyone with more talent than themselves. A person who would coerce geniuses and all other people to call them that using strength and charisma. You have a mistaken impression when it comes to all of these things, so you aren't of the right caliber to be my successor. Cackle, 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 cackle. I'll take your words to heart. Perhaps that truly was Kinzo's philosophy. As a result of faithfully carrying out that rant-like philosophy of his, Kinzo had glorified the Ushiromiya family to the state it was in today. It may be hard to imagine after his immersion in the occult in recent years, but that brutally overbearing outlook was no more or less than Ushiromiya Kinzo's charisma and aura. Oh, not Riz. Such an unsatisfactory person is not qualified to inherit everything of the Ushiromiya family. In that case, is Ava, Rudolph, or Rosa qualified? Again, no! You were unable to solve the riddle, and you were also unable to use the scheme to drag Kraus down. All the three of you managed to do was gather together in a united front to try and extort money from Kraus. And even that scheme was thoughtless. You can't even corner Kraus all by himself. There could be nothing more shameful. You lack the avarice to steal away the position of successor by any means. What fucking Sith Lord Count Dooku bullshit is this? What the fuck? In order to get what you want, you should sacrifice everything, becoming as covetous and greedy as possible. There we go. The goddess of luck smiles upon the greedy. You three who don't have that wild spirit are as unfit from the succession as Kraus is. Who gets it then, George? Ava and the rest had no words to respond with, and they couldn't calculate what it was Kinzo was about to say. Was Kinzo actually— this is so fucking hell, I can't believe this shit. Was Kinzo actually planning to proclaim that no one would succeed the headship? If so, that would work to Ava, Rose, and Rudolph's advantage. After all, in the end, they just have to renegotiate everything among the siblings after Kinzo's death, splitting the inheritance evenly. It would surely be more troublesome if a specific person's name was raised and proclaimed to be the successor. But would Kinzo really say something to benefit any of the four siblings after demeaning them so much?
You don't think he's gonna say that because no one will succeed him, he'll donate all of his fortune to charity or something, right? I'm afraid I wouldn't put it past father.
Blood's just risen to his head. We can't do anything but let him talk for now. Well then, father, what thoughts do you have regarding the succession of the headship? Oh, since I'm so utterly disappointed in all of you, I've lost the desire to hand it over to anyone. I'm just gonna live, Lamayo. Therefore, the Ushiromiya family will end here. It ends with my generation. That cannot. The Ushiromiya family was crushed long ago in that earthquake. The current Ushiromiya family is nothing but an illusion of gold that I'm glimpsing for an instant, the likes of which will end when I awaken from my slumber. Everything in this world is a dream, an illusion. It is, Beatrice. Life is but a daydream before the awakening called death. Oh, okay. Yes, that's how it was from the beginning. That I should lose everything when I die was part of Beatrice's contract and her curse. As if I'd let you, Beatrice, I will be the one who captures you. Tonight that goal will be realized. Cackle, cackle. Okay. Alright. For a while, Kinzo was overcome with cackling, and his eyes bulged. Whenever he talked about Beatrice, it was always both eloquent and insane. Foolish children such as yourselves truly are daydreams. It's as though you were never there from the beginning. Disappear, wake up, disappear from the doze of the truth that I am. You failures that have not built up anything that makes you worthy to succeed me. Oh, Nanjo's talking? Kinzo-san, if I may. What is it, my friend? Nanjo nervously raised his hand, asking to speak. Kinzo allowed him to. I understand how you feel, Kinzo-san. Because you love your children, you expect a lot of them. And as a parent and grandparent myself, I understand how parental affection can make you feel as though your expectations were betrayed. However, you are extraordinary, Kinzo-san. A genius. Isn't saying that it's only natural for them to catch up to you a little too harsh? Despite that, Kraus-san, Eva-san, Rudolph-san, Rosa-san, and all of their partners have done their very best to catch up with you. Ho ho! And just how much money have they built up with this doing their best? After these cowards fail completely in ventures and gain debt, and still try to sponge off me, how can you say that they did their very best? Money is the crystallization of everything in this world. If you cannot grasp that, then you cannot grasp the world. If life cannot strongly grasp this world, it doesn't deserve to live. Disappear. Disappear from my life and reality. That's a reckless argument. With that logic, even I must not live. Even so, I believe the time I spent playing chess with you was worthwhile for both of us, Kinzo-san. You should know better than anyone else that there are many things in this world that cannot be bought with money. Humph. As the siblings motionlessly hung their heads, they cheered Nanjo on inside their hearts! Yeah, go Nanjo! Yeah. Nanjo! Not one of the siblings could offer their opinion in front of Kinzo in a rage, but Kinzo's close friend Nanjo alone was allowed to. Even though Kinzo had raged so fiercely, after being admonished by Nanjo, he nodded several times as though in agreement. This surprisingly obedient side of him might have seemed cute. Cute? But there was no one here who could laugh. It may be true that your children haven't built up as great a fortune as you have, Kinzo-san, though even so, they're rich enough to make me jealous. But besides money, they have also built up many things that cannot be bought with money. When it comes to that, they are in no way inferior to you, Kinzo-san. Oh, and what do you claim they have built up that cannot be bought with money? Happiness. Family. Family. They have found wonderful partners, had children, and each has built up their own happy homes.
Why'd you say that like text-to-speech?
It's the Fast and Furious meme. I've never seen one of those movies, by the way, but I know the fucking meme from Vin Diesel. They have glorified your family name and have brought back grandchildren. Grandchildren are wonderful. We older people can look at these young grandchildren who will live on into a new era that we will not even be given a chance to see, and in them we can imagine an endless future. Isn't that the sole entertainment we have in our old age? Remember, Kinzo-san, remember your joy when they first brought back their grandchildren. Your children and your grandchildren will carry your great works onto future generations, set an example. That is something that an individual cannot accomplish no matter how much money they have. The siblings all nodded in agreement. Yay, Nanjo! Certainly, Kinzo had looked happy when his grandchildren had just been born, back when he still had some sanity in his heart. However, did Kinzo's heart still contain a human's warmth? In other words, Sumari. In exchange for the vast riches I created, instead of gaining money, I have gained my grandchildren? No, that's not what I... So in exchange for the several tens of billions in wealth that I have built up, I have gained a single grandchild from each of my children. This is wonderful! So I have created a single life using 10 billion yen! That's how it is! Interesting, truly an interesting example of the alchemical sense, right? Oh, what valuable grandchildren. Wonderful, wonderful. Wahahaha. Is that right, Kraus? Is your daughter worth 10 billion yen? Kraus couldn't answer instantly. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in his daughter. What? It was because he didn't have a clue what Kinzo was trying to test him with in this question. But when Natsui was then pressed for an answer, she responded, breaking Kraus's silence with an answer of her own interpretation.
Yes, Jessica is a daughter I wouldn't let go of even for 10 billion yen. In that sense, I believe she has a value that can't be measured with money.
Ho. So you can state for certain that she's worth 10 billion. Ho ho. What about you, Ava? What about your George? Since Natsui had answered that way, Ava naturally came up with her own answer as well, that somehow made it so George was worth more than Jessica. Even though Ava should have known better than to respond to a provocative question like this, she answered as well.
Yes, Father. George is worth 10 billion. No, even more than that. And that's not in the abstract sense of things money can't buy. George will certainly build up a fortune equal to his worth. He'll become a grandson worthy of carrying on your great works, Father.
Ava sent a glance at Hideyoshi and Natsui as if she'd scored a point. Even now? Even now?
Especially now. Their dad is there. That's the one whose point she wants the most. What do you mean?
When she heard that what Eva had said, Natsui was about to add more praise for her daughter, but stopped at a glare from Kraus. Humph, I see. Then what about you, Rudolph? What about your battler? Compared to George Kuhn, there's nothing about battler I can brag about. If he was kidnapped and we were threatened with a ransom of 10 billion, I'd feel like sticking a bow on the guy and letting them have him. On top of that, he's an idiot and reckless. He talks about grand dreams and things that couldn't be done. I guess in that way, he's a super idiot worth the equivalent of 10 billion normal idiots. But I'm sure that guy could do things that even a group of 10 billion average people couldn't do. Well, I'm pretty sure he'll fall flat on his face. The world isn't easy. But at the very least, there's no doubt watching over his life will be more fun than looking at 10 billion average people. Ava clicked her tongue at that clever style of speech, which would probably match Kinzo's tastes. Apparently, Rudolph had done that on purpose, so he grinned back at her. What of Maria?
Maria is my adorable and only daughter. Her value cannot be measured with money. That is all.
I see. Dreams in the future, miracles and possibilities are the source of my magical power. No magic without hopes holds any strength. I cannot expect any more from you who have proven to be average, but I see, my grandchildren hold future possibilities, and expecting a magical miracle from them may be worthwhile. If you're saying that, in this way, they are worth more than 10 billion. Yes, I can see where you're coming from. When Kinzo got in a rage, he wouldn't let anyone speak up, but even so, he would sometimes accept something on his own while yelling by himself and change his own opinion.
Relatable.
So relatable. That's what this felt like to the siblings, and also
this
chat.
Like when you stop looking at chat. Yeah, this is when you stop looking at chat and just fucking close your eyes and talk to the ceiling.
Apparently, even though Kinzo had been disgusted by his unsuccessful children and had cast them away as being unfit for the inheritance of his title or his fortune, he wasn't sure about his grandchildren. At this rate, he might soon say that the inheritance would go to his grandchildren instead of the siblings. As the siblings sat in fear of what their fickle and short-tempered father might suddenly think of next, they carefully watched his every move. Let me change my thinking a little. I have absolutely no desire to hand over all I have to any of you. However, it would be quite interesting to question the grandchildren to see if one of them is qualified. I've always thought of them as mere kids, but there's a chance I'll find a shining gem amongst them that will catch me off guard. And testing them for that would be... Yes, it would be a shame to abandon that final side trip of my remaining life. Is he gonna try and get the kids to solve the epitaph? Well then, what shall I do?
I can, with confidence, recommend George as someone fitting to follow after you.
Ava claimed that right away. Natsui looked like she was about to follow along, but Kraus gave her a look, telling her to restrain herself, so she swallowed her words. How bold. Then, let us do this. I will individually question the grandchildren to see if they are qualified to succeed the Ushirimiya family inheritance and wealth.
Father?
However, that does not mean that one of you will indirectly receive the inheritance. I am already disappointed in you all. There is no longer anything I have to give you. Not a thing. The ones I will question are my grandchildren, and the ones who might succeed me are my grandchildren. Make absolutely sure that you do not mistake this, understood? I shall obey Father's decision. Same here. I'll go along with what he decides. What about you, Aneki?
Of course. I believe Father will make a wise judgment. I will also obey Father's decision.
I shall think of how to test my grandchildren, which means this is no longer any business of yours. After all, none of you are involved with the succession in any way now. So right here, right now, perhaps we should discuss a different matter that does involve you. Ooh. A different matter? Indeed. That is tonight's true purpose, and the true purpose for this final Ushirimiya family conference as well. I have no desire to hear your thoughts and opinions. I demand only your assistance. Assistance in my ceremony. Your ceremony?
Quiet. Father's talking now.
Rudolph and the rest had automatically narrowed their brows at the occult-like word. Could he be planning to start some strange ceremony involving Beatrice's resurrection again? And he wanted their assistance? What in the world was he planning to do? In the past, he had carried out many I can't say this word. Eccentricities, there we go. I did it halfway. That he called by the same name, such as starting to burn a strange incense and filling the whole mansion with a stench. Ugh. To the siblings, a ceremony was nothing more than one of the aged Kinzo's obnoxious hobbies. Father, just what do you mean by that?
If we can assist you, we'll do anything. Right, Rosa? Yes, but what in the world is it?
A ceremony as inscribed in my epitaph. Is this... Okay, without spoilers, should we take a break now or at the end of the scene?
We can take a break now, or we can take a break in like 5 minutes, and it'll be a really funny place to stop.
Okay, 5 minutes then. A ceremony as inscribed in my epitaph. A ceremony to revive Beatrice and open the door to the golden land. That witch who escaped her cage of flesh and sneeringly slipped through my fingers, I shall now capture and force into submission with my greatest hidden art. For that purpose, I must offer 13 people as sacrifices. Gathering 13 people's worth of sacrifices is no easy feat, but tonight is the family conference. Many adults have gathered on Rakinjima. There could be no other day on which to carry out this ceremony. Taken literally, it sounded like he was telling them to become human sacrifices for his dark ceremony and die. Ridiculous. Was it some kind of metaphor? But they didn't even have a clue what he was trying to illustrate. The siblings whispered together about what Kinzo was saying. What's Dad going on about? Is this his usual sickness? Probably. Listen silently for now.
I'm sorry, Father. I don't understand what you mean by that.
I like how they're not completely united, but I do like how the four of them are more united now that Kinzo is supposedly, allegedly, maybe in the room. Like
yeah,
they're all
enemy.
Yeah, like they're all scared of him. Like damn, the damage this man has done. What is it you don't understand? I am making this extremely simple. I told you that I'll choose 13 of the humans on this island and offer them as sacrifices in a ceremony to revive Beatrice. Duh. Even worthless people like you can be very useful as sacrifices in my ceremony. Wahahaha. Listen, this is not a joke, nor anything of the sort. This is my final bet, my final ceremony, the last one I will desire in my life. There are now more than 13 humans on this island. In short, that's a head count that can easily satisfy the massive number of sacrifices I require. Become the sacrifices for my ceremony. Kinzo-san, you weren't serious about what you said back then, were you? It wasn't a joke? Unusually for him, Nanjo's face changed color as he stood up and shouted. It seemed this wasn't the first time Nanjo had heard all this dark talk about 13 sacrifices. Sorry, my friend. That was no joke nor anything of the sort. It is what I bet my life on, the final ceremony, the final game that I will attempt. Yes, this is a game! If gaining my fortune and leaving this island is your goal, then there are only two ways to achieve it. Will you escape being chosen as one of the 13 sacrifices and spectacularly survive by finally solving the riddle of the epitaph and stopping the ceremony? Didn't happen last time. Or will you kill me and thereby stop the ceremony? Those are your only two options. Alright, let's go. By now, everyone wasn't just whispering, but chattering and muttering away. Even the siblings had noticed that Kinzo was beginning to act abnormally. Father, are you a little tired? Genji-san, has father been drinking? No, the master is sensible. Sorry, Dad, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Dad's free to start up any weird ceremony he wants to revive the witch he loves. That's his hobby. But getting wrapped up in that and being made into a human sacrifice is a little more than I can handle.
Rudolph, are you trying to interrupt Father?
What are you talking about, Aneki? You expect me to listen to something that's shady and say, oh really? Was the ceremony Kinzo had mentioned literally something disturbing, or was it some kind of test to choose the successor? It seemed that Rudolph had taken it literally, but Avis apparently still believed that it was something like a test or examination to find a proper successor. But Kinzo responded with a clear smile. Well then, that is all I have to say. No objections or opinions are necessary from you. I will simply awaken from my dream of having 4 unsuccessful children. To all of you, what will occur now before your very eyes may seem like a dream, an illusion, something that couldn't conceivably be of this world, and a world that defies understanding. But that itself is my reality. Now I will finally awaken from the shallow, useless dream that all of you are. Come, the game has already begun, see? With this many of you here, I can take lives starting with anyone. So long, my unsuccessful children, and for the final and only time in your lives, be useful for my ceremony. Arise, Pendragon's memorial troops. Please God, no. Please God, no. Please God, no. When Kinzo raised his arms high like an opera singer and yelled as though towards a packed audience, the air shattered like glass, and the outlines of 3 people who supposedly hadn't been invited to this island appeared.
Now we can take a break.
No! I was about to say this is the best scene of episode 4 so far, but now fucking Bunny Girl's back.
Okay.
Is this?
I thought you liked bunny girls.
Is this hair color coral, or is it pink, hot pink?
That is neither coral nor hot pink. That is just plain sort of like bubblegum pink.
It is bubblegum pink. Yeah, it is like a bubblegum. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, before we take a break, is there anyone to say thank you to?
Yes.
Oh, there's a lot of people to say thank you to.
Yes.
Thank you to Eliza _ or Elysia _ for the resub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Charitable Coffee Maker. I wish I had one of those for a resub. 2 years. Oh my god, Umineko. They're excited. Thank you, Spare Goose 1 for the resub. Cool Seal for the bits. Hi Joe, thanks for introducing me to Umineko. I finished Answer Arcs this week and enjoyed it a lot. Hope you enjoy it too, smiley face. I hope I do too. I hope there's a good payoff. Usually the setup is the worst part of the story, and the answers and solutions are better, but I can't really imagine that right now. This questions has been so good. Thank you, Pincerata, for the resub. Hey, Joe/Tom. I hope you're enjoying Umi episode 4. I've been very grateful to have streams to look forward to most days of the week. So thank you for the laughs. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do real quick? It's gonna be controversial. I'm gonna go get the kettle on, and I'll come back and continue saying thank you. That sound good? Is that a good idea? Do you think?
Wow, very controversial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Okay. The mic. Don't make tea in the microwave. What are you talking about? Mouse stream. Hey, everybody.
Okay, I'm back. Was that 30 seconds?
I don't know.
I didn't have my headset on. Mouse takes over. It was 31.5? No. Okay, all right. All right. Did you keep chat company while I was gone for so long?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? Okay, all right. All right. Thank you, Pincerata. Thank you, Mendelier, for the resub as well. Thank you, Marklord45 for the resub also. Happy Umineko Day. It's today. Thank you, All's End, for the resub too. Hi, Joe. Thank you for all these Umipiko streams. They're an absolute delight and joy to watch, and I look forward to them each week. Thank you for all the cream streams, and I hope you're doing well. I hope you really enjoy the rest of Umineko. Many peaks to come. All the best, Joe and Mouse. I'm probably going to drop it, actually, but thank you for the message, All's End. Thank you very much. Give Mouse a marble. Another one? Thank you, CMB, for the resub. Kaizotes? I don't know, one of those for the resub. Ryu! Thank you, Alison IRL, for the resub. Nanjo doesn't exist, it's Nanjover. Nanjo was really good in this scene. He had a couple lines. Good for Nanjo. Thank you, Sky Thicon, for the new sub. Welcome, Sky. Hopefully I'm saying your name somewhere close. Thank you, Punish Baldus, for the resub. Missed a couple streams. Hope nothing big happens. Technically, I think a lot of big stuff happened in episode 4. It's just paced kind of poorly, that's all. But this scene hasn't been, well, I mean, the bunnies are here now, so maybe I'm going to change my tune. But this scene has not been paced poorly. This has been the best paced scene so far. Thank you, the only GJ, for the resub. And Funniak for the resub also. I'm done with episode 6, and I don't want to move to 7, peak literature. I think there's a letter missing there. You enjoyed 6 so much, so you just want to like simmer with it for a little while? Interesting. I'd be curious to see what the rankings are for the best ones, episodes after it's done. Thank you, Ace, for the bits. One of the 6 total topics that Umi Fulden likes to discuss is how much of a bastard or not George is for going for it. Oh no. It's on for a 16-year-old at age 23. What's your take, given that it's the 80s and all? And my favorite argument on the topic: how does it compare to the ages your grandparents were at when they got together? Lol. I don't know what ages my grandparents were when on my mom's side when they got together, but curiously enough, my dad's parents had my dad when they were like super young. I think they're both the same age. I think they had my dad when they were 16. So like my grandparents were actually really young when I was growing up. It was a weird moment when my mom. I don't know why I'm telling this. Why am I talking about this? I started now, so I should end. It was a weird moment when my mom reached the age that my grandmother was when my consciousness formed enough to know about ages. You know what I mean? Like when you're a kid, you're like, people are just whatever they say. Like who cares? Who gives a shit? But you get to a certain age where you can like see, oh, that's what 30 looks like. That's what 40 looks like. That's what 50 looks like. And I remember my grandmother was just being like this super old person. And then when my mom got to her age, and she didn't look anywhere near as old as I remember my grandmother being at that age. So it was kind of a weird thing to understand. And that's when I learned that my grandparents had my dad at such a young age. Yeah, super young. I think my parents had me in their late 20s. So yeah, my grandparents were pretty young. Sorry, anyway, let's went on a journey there. Just to dodge the George and Shannon question. I pulled that off really well, didn't I?
Great job.
Yep.
Great job.
Yep. It was the flak.
I will not be sharing any information about myself on this stream. Thank you.
Don't worry, I'll do enough for both of us. Don't worry, on my end.
Excellent.
Thank you, 2Gem for the resub. Thank you, Vibram for the resub. Welcome. Thank you, Guitar Jaime for the resub. A pleasant day to you, Tosif. It has been lovely to see you growing ever more invested in Umineko. About to drop it, by the way. Please keep up the great work. It has made the year just a little better. P.S. Jaime is pronounced in like the hide in Hideyoshi, but with an M. Jaime? Did I say it right? Why are you laughing? What's going on?
Because they wrote a pronunciation guide for you in their message, and they're not the only one to do it.
I'm so bad. Joe, you're so confident. Oh, thank you. Mouse, can you say my streamer is so confident?
My streamer is so competent.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Terraflop, for the 5 gift subs. Giant emote from Mingaleg. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to Ushiromiya Kinzo, who totally exists. Thank you, the El Bambino, for the new sub. Welcome. Another giant peak emote. Oh, there are a lot of like messages here. Thank you, Biblio to Barbarian, for the resub. According to all known laws of storytelling, there is no way that Umineko should be any good. Its prose is too repetitive to get its meandering, confusing plot off the ground. The VN, of course, is good anyways. Because VNs don't care what streamers think is impossible.
Bumblebee reference. I get it.
I think I don't know if it's because of the translation or just if the prose is like this in its original Japanese as well, but it feels like being told a story by someone who is clearly very thoughtful, very considerate, very knowledgeable, is like talented, but is just drunk all the time. just like this repetitive like slurring story in a bar, just like being over like, wait, did I tell you about that part already? Yeah, you did. Let me tell you again, just in case, because I don't remember telling it to you, so I'm gonna tell you it again. But it still is a good story and you're engaged, but you just wish that they would just like be able to tell it a little bit more coherently, you know? So yeah, it's pretty good. Thank you, Sin Obscura for the resub. Welcome, Sin Obscura. Thank you, Burndy777 for the resub as well. Thank you, Monk the Knight, for the bits. Umineko When They Cry is a single-player visual novel set on a remote island with dozens of rooms to dramatically run through and over 500 witches, ghosts, and furniture. The game respects you as an intelligent reader and treats your time as precious, which is why it only takes 100 hours to understand what the hell is going on. There's no filler. Every tea party, logic battle, and Sumari brings a bold new idea into the mix. So this is a game full of ideas. Too many, perhaps. Send help. Thank you very much, Monk the Knight. And the last three on my list are Dantero Seti with a resub, stream reading and solving Kane's jawbone? What? I don't know what that is. Thank you for the resub though, Dentero. Maybe chat knows. Thank you. The last curry rice for the resub. Joe's not going to play my favorite game, so I'm going to make an imaginary Joe and have him play it in my dreams. Looking forward to the next stream tonight.
He's laughing so hard I can't hear him on Discord. It peaked his mic on Discord.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah, it did.
Oh man, that was happening on the stream last night with the Split Fiction. Yeah. Thank you, Dominic, for the bits. So this is the time I reveal that you've actually been mispronouncing my name the entire time too. What? Is the L silent? It's Damek. Damek. Like we're Scottish. Damek. Thank you, Min Modu, for the new show as well. Welcome, Min Modu. Oh.
Dalmeek.
Dalmeek. Dalmek.
I don't want any damn marbles. I don't want to be in charge of any marbles. I don't want to give the marbles away. I don't want anything to do with the marbles. Don't put that evil on me.
You could give me a marble.
Okay, you can have a marble.
I get a marble?
Yeah,
Oh,
you get a
wow.
marble. What do you want?
What am I gonna put my marble on? Yeah, I want another novelty marble.
Okay, go ahead. What would the novelty marble be?
I want the anti-marble that
Okay.
if it lands next to another novelty marble, it cancels out the novelty marble's effects. There we go. It's an anti-marble. Also, the
Okay.
anti-marble cannot win the race, nor can it be destroyed. There you go. It is there until the end. It's the anti-marble.
All right, wiki editors, you heard him.
Yep.
Good
There
luck.
you go. The meta marble. The meta marble. Oh, I'm thinking about that Dream Joe chatter now. Oh no. What if in the future, like, they can make like clone AI versions of people, and like I'm in the future, and they just spin up me to stream all the games forever? What a fucking like nightmare that would. What if I'm already in that and I don't know? Oh no. Shit.
What if they make the holodeck reel and somebody wants to talk to you about their streaming career, so they create a version of you and then they fall in love with the version of you in the holodeck, and then they meet you in real life and act really weird about it?
When you're touching my Elgato setup, you're touching me. You're impressed. I know that episode, aren't you? You're impressed.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Yes.
know. Chat
Very
doesn't know
impressed.
what chat
Very
doesn't know what
impressed.
the fuck I just said, because they don't know that's a line from the episode. But yeah, that was a weird fucking episode. That was a
Yes,
weird
it sure
fucking
was.
episode.
It sure was.
Sorry, there are two more. Thank you, a Pepsi Addict, for giving a sub to Tails Always Fails. And last but not least, before we go to break properly, Not Koro with the bits. Hey Joe, just joined stream after a long break. Oh yeah, really? Sorry if you already answered this question elsewhere, but I've been having some personal trouble. I don't really know anyone IRL as old as you. Oh, it'd be great if you could weigh in with your life experience. So I have this friend who's 23, and he told me he's engaged to this girl that his mom doesn't approve of. I was supportive, but he brought her to a party, and this girl can't be older than 16. How bad do you think George is? No. Fucking hell.
Oh.
No. 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 I don't like George. I don't like George. George is bad. George is bad. I'm going on break. All right, I'm going. Let me
Bye, chat.
Let me mute you first, just in case.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we're back. Hi.
Hi. Hi, chat. I would love to tell you about the cocktail I got during the break. It's one of my favorite cocktails. French 75.
French 75. Fancy.
French
okay.
75, yeah. Gin, lemon juice, a little bit of sugar syrup, and then topped off with champagne. And I put a little splash of elderflower liquor in it. Excellent. Excellent cocktail.
75 is what we get when we add our ages together, yeah. Yep. Speaking of ages, Annie for Prez says he used 100 bits to say, "Hi Joe, George here. Please tell me I've been a bad boy." Thank you,
Do you want me to do it?
You go for it. Go for it.
I'm not gonna do that.
For no reason, I need to mute my microphone before you say it, though. Okay, so here you go.
Oh god, they're gonna complain on Reddit so much about us flirting. No, come on, the my streamer bit was too far already. If we even acknowledge each other's presence, they complain about us flirting. Come on.
Okay. I'll just read subs. It's fine.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, Pepsi Addict, for gifting us sub to Chiester45. Win Chiester45. I don't see Kinzo hiring bunny girls. This does not ring true.
Where do you hire bunny girls? You go to the you go to the
Fiverr.
bunny girl agency.
I was thinking during break, did Hideyoshi or Kirie speak a single time after Kinzo entered the room? I don't think they did they? They just know their place and they're being quiet, or Joe, I would disagree with you for an hour on that point alone if I were there. Would you really?
This is why you're not here, Jelly. We have a schedule.
the bunny girls fit Kinzo jelly argument? Interesting. Alright, thank you, Wedia, for the resub. Hey Joe, mostly a VOD boy nowadays since my life has become a bit busier. Glad to see you're doing well. Oh, thanks, Wedia. Hope you enjoy the VODs. Remember, the VOD people outnumber the live people by, like, I don't know, like 10 to 1, 20 to 1. It's insane. Thank you, Dallin, for the bits. Hi Joe, so back when Braid was big, I created an imaginary Jonathan Blow because I was a huge fan, but he kind of became, so then I made an imaginary version of you that kept critiquing him, but now that imaginary Blow's gone, I just have you following me around saying shit like, your sandwich, meaningless filler, or cleaning your room, a chore that's swept on, help. Should I make a third channel for general life advice?
Please no.
Ranking microwave sizes? What
Just
your
call it
microwave
the
size?
manosphere.
I wouldn't fit in with the manosphere, unfortunately, unless I changed the manosphere. I can do that.
Yeah, changing things from the inside. I've heard that one before.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the abyss doesn't stare back at you at all when you stare at the abyss. It's fine. Everything will be cool. Thank you, Julie Gordot, for the bits as well. Since we're in the mood for correcting pronunciations, let me drop the fact that both of you are pronouncing Julie wrong. It's Spanish. It's Juli, like Juli. Oh, is it really?
Oops.
Juli Gordot, or is it Juli Gordo? Gordo?
It's Julie Gordot and Dawn Quixote. So I'm sticking to it.
So yeah, it's exactly that.
Yep.
I'm talking about bunny girls and Kinzo and Umiden at the exact moment. Playboy bunnies are textbook objectification of women, and Kinzo is a representation of the patriarchy, so it's easy. Oh, fucking hell, Jelly, what the fuck? What?
What? Why am I getting moused? What? Don't do this in his chat. What?
I'm at Bunny Girl. What do you mean you're at Bunny Girl? I'm at the Bunny Girl store. I'm at Soup. Okay. All right. Okay. Mambo number 5. I think you're up, Mouse.
Chester 45 right here. Chester 410 right here.
No.
Chester 00 right here, sir.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm so cool right now. Does she have a scar on her ear?
And an eye patch.
3 girls with strange forms suddenly appeared behind Kinzo. Where from? When? Who? Who were they? The humans were thrown off balance and their minds went blank because they spent all that time thinking and they lost their last chance to survive. You have permission to shoot 6 to death. I leave the choice of targets up to you. Begin your attack.
Unrestricted firing. Understood, sir. Thank you for granting us such excellent targets. Everyone, commence unrestricted firing. First one in.
When 410 scratched the air with her finger, a golden bow appeared in empty space and she pulled its string. The golden arrow that had been readied there was fired off without any hesitation, flew around the room leaving haphazard gold curves everywhere. It chose Natsui from among those sitting at the table of the family conference, pulverizing the left half of her face. Holy shit! Flesh and deep red blood scattered around, leaving massive red spatter marks on the relatives' faces and the pure white tablecloth. Silence fell. Despite the massive number of deep red spots left on the tablecloth. No, hold on. There's way more than 6 people here, so some people are going to be witnesses to this. How is that going to work? No one could understand why Natsui's head was half smashed, nor why she was hanging her head as though dozing while still sitting. And they watched on in silence. Those sitting on Natsui's right-hand side were silent for a relatively long time, but those sitting on her left, to her left, were not, because people sitting on that side had been shown how her head had been smashed open like a watermelon or a pomegranate, and could even see inside her. Natsui. One down. Natsui, is it? A luckless woman to the end. Oh, she really did have a headache. Next.
00, firing.
After scratching the empty air in the same way and readying her bow, 00 fired as well. After it flew around and around at high speeds like the golden arrow, 410 had released drawing a convoluted curve in the same manner. It's gonna hit Rudolph. It smashed it had smashed half of Rudolph's head in the same way as it looked at Natsui in shock, killing him instantly. This time, everyone managed to avoid freezing up mentally. They realized that a fearsome murder had started playing out right in front of them, just as Kinzo had said. And they realized that Kinzo would probably kill even more. Wah! Yeah! Shrill screams burst out. Even so, they didn't know what to do, so they could only keep screaming and flapping their wide open mouths like goldfish.
Father? What do you think you're doing?
You fool! Run now! As Eva asked Kinzo that in total shock, Hideyoshi, who had come to his senses faster than anyone else and risen to his feet, pulled at her arm from behind. He's dead next. However, merciless fate's choice for the third sacrifice was Hideyoshi. Yeah! Just like the two before him, half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed, and the right side of his head, which had happened to be facing that direction at the time, had been blown away with its contents exposed like a watermelon or a pomegranate again. So, still holding Eva, Hideyoshi slumped backwards and fell down. Still held by her beloved husband, Eva fell over backwards with him.
Dear? Dear?
Eva screamed. It was only natural. The face she had been looking for had been half lost, and the crushed skull, the mashed brains, and the crushed jaw all lay bare.
45, impact, it's a hit.
Spectacular. Fire again. 3 more remain. Father, what is this supposed to be? When Kraus stood up forcefully and was about to rush Kinzo, 00 blocked him. With her slender-looking body, she held back Kraus with just the palm of her right hand. He still tried to resist and attack Kinzo, so 00 lifted Kraus by the nape of his neck and twisted into his Adam's apple with her thumb. It seemed to be very painful, and Kraus was overcome with agony. Yeah. Oh. Everyone, run! Get the police! An ambulance! Quickly! Everyone, let's escape! Escape! Andrew's sharp words finally dissolved the spell that had been holding them down in their chairs. When Goda and Kumasawa each tried to escape from the dining hall first, 410 moved in an instant and appeared there, blocking the way.
You sure are slow, yeah. Did you think I'd let you escape? Yeah.
Help me!
Goda-san, duck!
Even though Goda didn't understand, he crouched when he heard Kirie's sharp voice. Then, a burst of air rushed above his head. Kirie had taken a big swing with a chair to mow 410 down. He said next. But 410, still with a mocking expression, easily caught that widely swung chair with a single hand.
What a scary woman, yeah? You really want to go the same way as your husband that much?
From the cuff of her arm where she had caught the chair, something like a shining golden snake appeared, wrapped itself around the chair and burst open. It was a fearsome power, like a vice. When Kirie realized that the being in front of her, which looked like a girl, was actually something that surpassed human knowledge and that a human could not even begin to oppose, her head was filled with a fierce alarm bell that welled up from deep inside her. Oh, I was wrong. Genji, Shannon, and Ken and all the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle continued to stand calmly at attention by the wall, even with a scene like this before their eyes, making them look very bizarre and eerie. For an instant, Kirie thought that they managed to stay calm because they were with the enemy, and had been given a guarantee that they wouldn't be killed. But as soon as she thought that, the sight of Genji's face was blown away before her eyes. Oh, it's Genji! Genji-san!
45 impact, it's a hit.
Oh, Genji, how unfortunate. Rest in peace, my friend. Cackle, cackle. Your death will not be wasted. You will become one of the 13 keys essential to the resurrection of my beloved witch. The half of Genji's expression that remained was smiling. No, it was indifferent as ever. He tilted, fell over, and sent a blood-red splatter out across the floor.
Genji-sama?
We're nothing more than the witch's pieces. Nothing more, nothing more. From the meek and frustrated, no, resigned expressions on Shannon and Cannon's faces, one couldn't sense any naive hopes that they'd be rescued. That's right, Kinzo was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. In the truest sense, he was killing like it was a game to see who would be saved and who would be killed. Does that mean Kinzo could be a target here too, then?
He was in the other games, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, who will we go for next, yeah?
410 looked at Kirie for a second. In that second, Kirie was prepared for her own death. But when she readied her golden bow in midair, 410 was looking at someone else over Kirie's shoulder. Well, it's not going to be Nanjo, because Nanjo always survives. So as imprudent as it was, Kirie felt as though she had been saved. Again, an ugly, exploding, popping sound rang throughout the room. Who was it this time? When Kirie turned to face the direction of the sound, she saw blood gushing like a fountain and Ava lying on her husband's chest. Of course, her face had been half smashed just like her husband's. 410 had mercilessly targeted Ava as she'd clung to her husband's corpse, sobbing. Really? Oh yeah.
Let go of Nissan. Let go of Nissan. Just stop it, father. Just stop this brutality.
Run away, Rosa. Rosa's objection didn't reach Kinzo as he continued to laugh. As he continued to laugh loudly in the blood-splattered dining hall. I was going to say, oh yeah, Rosa exists. I forgot. Yeah, I think Rosa's probably going to be cut out then. And she wasn't able to lessen Krause's pain at being lifted up by the nape of the neck by Double O. Oh, that's still happening. Okay, so Rosa had no choice but to use force. She lifted up a chair beside her and gave a warning.
Father, order her to let go of Nissan. Just stop them from doing this.
I cannot. If that is what you desire, then prevent it using your own power. Cut a path through to your own fate with your own hands. You who have always hid behind the backs of others in fear, let me see you overcome your weakness one last time in your life.
Father? Ah!
The chair that Rosa had lifted up swung down at the father who had reigned as a symbol of terror for her entire life. It was the greatest and final act of bravery and self-control in Rosa's life. What Kinzo had said might have been true. If she had grasped that courage a minute sooner, her life might have become more free, unrestrained by anyone else. Then there was a bursting sound, the sound of Rosa's chair fiercely hitting Kinzo. It could not have been this. With the chair still lifted up, she neatly lost half of her head and slumped over. Still holding Krause up with one hand, Double O had stuck her other hand out toward Rosa. The golden stake released from that arm. It constricted Rosa in a helix, and it smashed into her head.
Defensive firing. I apologize for the discourtesy of shooting so close to you, sir.
I care not. So this makes 6 people.
Yes, Lord Goldsmith. This makes 6 people.
Goldsmith, man. When she indifferently communicated that, Double O let go of Kraus, whom she had been lifting up this whole time. Indeed. So the sacrifices of the first Twilight were Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsui, Hideyoshi, and Genji. Capital, capital, capital. Do you want to read Jelly's pen, Mouse?
Why are you so upset, Tom? Umineko is finally a killing game. Isn't this what you kept saying you wanted? It's just like those beloved killing games that jump-started your streaming career, so you've got to love it. Right, Tom?
It was a massacre that happened in an instant. The interior of the dining hall had been dirtied by blood spatter, and the 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. What's the difference between spatter and splatter? The spelling? Or is it like a technical term, spatter?
Spatter is smaller particles.
Oh, okay. In a way,
that's what I got from Google.
It's not AI though, right? Just normal Google?
No, just normal.
AI turned off. Okay, all right. In a way that was fitting for that abnormal space, Akinzo's abnormal laugh alone echoed out. The curtain has finally risen. The ceremony to revive Beatrice has begun. You lucky ones who have managed to escape the first Twilight, allow me to introduce you to my friends. Arise, my friend. Ronove.
Oh yeah, the whole gang's here.
When Kinzo called Ronove's name, the demon butler showed himself in midair, bowing respectfully. Nice to meet you, everyone. And good day to those of you I haven't seen for a long time. Coo. It seems this place is once again spectacularly untidy. Pay it no mind. It takes a stimulant of this level to wake me from my daydream-like days. Allow me to introduce my friend, a reliable butler and one of the 72 great demons, Ronove. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Just who is he making that introduction to? Kraus and Kirie, who were still down on their backsides, and Nanjo, Goda, and Kurosawa, could only look up at this middle-aged gentleman they didn't know in shock. Only Shannon and Cannon seemed to recognize him, and they bowed deeply. So I wasn't able to greet Genji. I hope he was at least able to fulfill his purpose painlessly.
It was an instant death from a direct hit to the head. He didn't have time to feel the pain.
Is that so? Very well. We'll go along with this. Allow me to introduce another friend. Arise, my friend, Virgilia. Oh man, she's here too?
The gang's all here.
Once again, a silhouette of someone the relatives didn't know appeared from empty space. She appeared in a refined dress while making an elegant greeting.
Thank you for summoning me, Master. Although I would rather not have been summoned into a bloody place such as this.
Allow me to introduce her too. This is both my friend and a reliable counselor, Virgilia. I desire to borrow your great power as the Witch of the Finite. Lend it to me.
Even if I tried to refuse, such a thing wouldn't be permitted for one subordinated by the power of your summonings. As you wish, Master.
Still, what a fearsome fellow to think he summoned 3 of the Chiester Sister Corps, then me, and even Virgilia. Even though it's only in the area of summoning, to think that he surpasses Milady so thoroughly. How frightening. I can't help but shudder at the Ushomiya blood. In order to carry out Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, I shall give it my all as a summoner. This still isn't enough. In order to perfectly succeed in the ceremony this time, I shall summon more. More characters? The Pendragon Memorial Troops and Ronove and Virgilia. I can still call more. With my magical power, I can still call many more. Answer to my summons, Sakutaro! Ryu! One of the 72 demons. Gap?
Gap? You can even materialize her?
This really means that the corrosion has advanced even more on this island. It already proceeded far enough to materialize us. By now, we shouldn't be surprised no matter how great a demon he summons.
Has Rikenjima already been completely sucked into a parallel world then? I hope he does not surrender.
He learned a lot last time, correct? After all this time, he won't surrender over this much. What? Probably, I should say. Ukuku. Well then, shall we engage the stage now? Okay, are they talking about Battler here or Kinzo?
Kinzo, I think.
Well then, shall we enjoy the stage we now stand upon? It seems the main character is the master this time. Let us expect a script of a different flavor than Milady's.
Chat says Battler for sure. Could be either.
I think it's Battler right now. I think he was talking about Battler. When Kinzo strongly concentrated his magical power, a pale light gathered in the empty air, twisted. And a magical circle was drawn there with a deep red glow. What the fuck? Kind of looks like a trident. Oh, for... Well, damn, I see why she's called Gap. All right. And with a sound like glass breaking, a new demon could be seen there. You did well to answer my call. Gap, one of the 72 great demons.
This is one hell of a place you've summoned me to. Did you call me to clean up this blood-stained room, Goldsmith?
The literally devilish woman, wrapped in a venomous, ominous costume, looked at the scene which should have made her cover her eyes and twisted her mouth in a grin. Summon you for such a reason would be like using a cashmere muffler to mop the floor.
It's been a long time, Gap. To think that a great demon such as yourself has finally appeared on this island. Perhaps this island is finally submerging completely into fantasy. This all-star cast is even more surprising than the gruesome state of the room. A full 3 Chiester sisters, the great demon Ronove, the great witch Virgilia, and even me. What's going on? Is this pandemonium? Are you trying to start a concert from hell or something? I see. As a conductor for that, I couldn't think of anyone better than you, Goldsmith.
I will have your assistance as facilitator in the completion of my ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. You have no objections to my summoning contract, correct?
Of course not. There's no way I could resist the subordinating power of the legendary great summoner, Lord Goldsmith, who forced the famous great witch Beatrice to do his bidding. I'll assist you, although I will of course ask a fitting price. So, what's my first job?
Damn, if only I had answered H. Bomber Guy's DMs to have him reading on today when Gap appeared. If only. If only. You okay? You alright? You okay?
Oh yeah, I'm having a great time. I'm getting roasted in Umidan for saying he was talking about Kinzo. It's fine. I'm so cool about it.
Capture the coward. Don't roast Mouse. It's fine. What? It's fine. Capture the cowards who made it through the first twilight. Fortunately, there are still 7 here, aren't there? Nanjo, Shannon, Cannon, Goda, Kumasawa, Kirie, and Kraus. Oh, if these 7 are all offered as sacrifices, that's exactly 13 people. Until it's time for the second and later twilights to be carried out, throw them into the cage of sacrifices. Cackle.
A cashmere mop, huh? Understood.
As Gap shrugged her shoulders, she looked at Kraus, who was still down on his butt. She glared. Then, when she snapped her fingers, Kraus was swallowed up by the floor as though a round pitfall had opened up beneath him. Oh,
One down.
Oh, she's making gaps in the floor. Okay, very good name. There was no hole in the floor, but it certainly looked as though Kraus had been swallowed up by a hole and disappeared. Searching for her next prey, Gap's gaze crossed Kirie's. She snapped her fingers. Kirie jumped back as though repelled. Her instincts had been right. After all, in the place where she'd been until a second ago, a round jet black hole had appeared, the same kind that had swallowed up Kraus. However, before she could catch her balance, another pitfall appeared and swallowed her up. Even Kirie had no way of eluding Gap's capture. Wah! When she snapped her fingers again, a shocked Nanjo was swallowed up by the floor and disappeared. When she did it again, 410 let out a short yell and jumped back. This time, a slightly larger cliff followed open, swallowing both Shannon and Cannon, who had been standing in a line by the door. But because 410 had jumped away from the door, the way was no longer blocked. Instinctively aware that he would be next, Goda dashed out through that door. Of course, Kumasawa had also escaped with lightning speed, chasing after Goda. As Gap snapped her fingers over and over, round, jet black pitfalls opened one after another behind them, chasing them. However, they did nothing but drive the recklessly fleeing pair away and couldn't swallow them up. Goda and Kuwasawa had escaped in a matter of seconds.
I've gotten slow. I let two get away. Don't worry, we're currently locking onto the escapee targets. Data link ready. Shall we snipe?
No, I cannot authorize that. They are precious sacrifices. Wait for the Master's authorization.
Great Lord Goldsmith, we await your orders.
It is still too soon for the coming of the second twilight, is what the source of my magical power is whispering to me. It must not be now. Let them do as they please. It isn't as though they can escape from this island.
The source of the Master's magical power is noise and risk and tests of luck. Ho ho ho. In other words, tsumari, it means being fickle, it would seem.
Cackle. Perhaps you could also put it that way. Good work, Gap. Let us steadily advance the ceremony from here on. Well then, that is that. Next are my grandchildren. I will test them to see whether they are... You're still gonna do that? Whether they're qualified to become my successor. Let's see, how shall I test their qualifications? Cackle, cackle.
If you decide that they're qualified, do you intend to abandon Beato's resurrection?
Of course. Despite that, I will test them. Perhaps a woman cannot understand that contradiction, nor my madness. Okay, cackle, cackle.
Well, apparently men are as weird as ever. I don't get the very concept of playing around with risk.
Oh my, and I thought you loved that sort of thing.
Of course. If a man whispers to me about dangerous risks in love, I go head over heels. But only if he's hot. Be quiet. Try to refrain from whispering.
Truly noisy women, but at least they aren't boring. This is what makes summoning so pleasant. All of you will bear one side of the scales of noise and risk in my ceremony. That is the work I expect of you. 6 brutally murdered corpses lay in the dining hall, and it was contaminated with red, gruesome decorations. It was now unimaginable that, until just a second ago, 13 humans had been arranged here in a well-organized manner. Kinzo lined up the famous demons and their subordinates, loudly declared the beginning of a night of overwhelming mass murders, and swore to himself that he would certainly revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land. Unless Maria just, impressed him somehow. Oh,
Sorry to keep you waiting.
She's here.
Now the curtain finally rises on the first twilight. That Kinzo. I see he loves being flashy as usual. So even that man who can be more persistent than anything when he follows you around can shine so when on the stage.
Damn. Always killing in a grotesque way as usual. Smashing half of their heads. The bad tasty witches and demons have always wait, hold on. The bad tasty witches and demons have always pisses me off. Okay, it's there. I'm the wrong one. All right.
Smashing half of their heads. I see. So she's realized that in the games up until now, that's been the most ideal method of killing.
Ideal? How is such a grotesque way of killing ideal?
Isn't it though? Try and remember the very first game.
You. So you're that new demon or whatever that just appeared. Damn, so does this mean that the witch's corrosion continued and there are now even more creeps wandering around? The more the witch's corrosion advances, the more Rikinjima tilts toward the spirit world. That's why strange, insane people keep appearing one by one. This island has been closed off by the typhoon, so no human can leave it, much less appear as a new character to increase their numbers. And yet Angie, but the more the corrosion advances, the more witches and demons can appear without limit, increasing one by one. By now, there might be more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. The numbers might be a thing that represents this mad corrosion. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And the corrosion hasn't just affected the number of people, but apparently their fashion sense as well. If the corrosion advances any further and even more weird people appear, just what in the world will they be wearing? This is what Battler's thinking of? It's so scary, I can't imagine, but I'm doing it anyway. Ah, seriously, give me a break. Don't make these weird guys increase in number anymore.
I can't do that. They'll keep increasing more and more. I'll defile the foolish closed circle rule humans speak of over and over again. Welcome to my elegant game, Gap. It's been a long time, Riche. Have you been well? Why do I ask? You look great. Have you gotten younger? You look 200 or 300 years younger than when I last saw you.
Okay.
Oh, I see. What?
Obama meme? Okay. The demon grandfather had summoned and introduced his Gap, took a glance at me, and then grinned as though she'd figured something out on her own. That smile felt openly obscene. I guess she's Beato's friend, which means she's gotta be a creep among creeps. By the way, they were saying something about a closed circle or whatever, but what does that mean?
Serial murder mystery novels that occur in places isolated from the outside world, like Rekenjamin is now, are sometimes called closed circles. Since such a place is isolated from the outside, it's like a circle that's closed. Therefore, in general, the characters and suspects are limited in number. Having new suspect candidates added on one after another from outside the circle goes against the etiquette of mystery novels. In other words, Swati, the witch is probably trying to desecrate humans in the mystery genre itself. You're Gretel? I see. You look like a wise kid. I love kids like you. You taste so sweet and tantalizing. Gross. Keep the jokes to your clothing. It's Devilish Pretty's newest, Jack the Ripper Christmas Blood. Sorry for having a style that a country bumpkin from the human world couldn't understand, okay? At least we know it's well ventilated. Why don't you add a gap to the head part as well? Let a little air into your brain. Gap is always sensitive to the fashions of the spirit world, but this year's fad truly is bold. I think I'll order one sometime. For you, Riche, I'd recommend Ali Gray, Alice in the Graveyard. Let's go to 666 sometime soon to look at the clothes. You really should drop by the spirit world every now and then. When this game is over, I'll be sure to do that. Still, your two opponents are pretty cute, Riche. It looks like this kid has figured out the meaning of the corpses with their heads half smashed. Know what that is, girl?
Just now, she told me to remember the first game. What did that mean?
Just what it sounds like. Remember the first twilight of the very first game? When the adults' corpses were found in the gardening shed with the magic circle drawn on it. Remember?
Remember. Episode 1, The First Twilight. Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Shannon, and Goda. All 6 of them had their heads pulverized and died.
At that time, there were 2 types of corpses. Some had their faces pulverized, and some had half of their faces pulverized. That's right. The ones with their faces smashed were Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, and Goda. The ones with the sides of their heads smashed were Kraus and Shannon. At the time, I thickly created 2 types of corpses, but I realized that the former, more atrocious type was actually disadvantageous for me.
Disadvantageous for you? I see. So that's what this is. That's right. Smashed faces might look atrocious, but that made it hard to confirm the identity of each person. For example, at that time, Uncle Kraus and Shannon Chan had their heads half smashed. That alone was atrocious enough, but because half of their faces remained, it was easy to confirm their identities. But Dad and the other 3 were different. Because his face had been completely destroyed, even I, as a son, could only guess by inference that it had to be Dad because of his clothes and the like. In short, it remained vague until the end whether that really had been Dad's corpse. Interesting. The this reasoning battle had taken place during the first game as well, I would probably have claimed that since the identities of Dad and the rest of the bodies were impossible to confirm, there was a possibility that one was a fake corpse. After all, Beato didn't state anything in red during that game.
Well done. Correct. A faked death is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Even if you make a doctor examine the corpse, you can't trust the results if you suspect him of being the culprit's accomplice. Therefore, corpses that can't guarantee a death for certain are always disadvantageous for the witch's side. You can suspect fake deaths for all corpses, hypothesizing that one or more of them is the culprit for the crimes that follow. It's a move Battler doesn't like, but it's the most elementary move to use against a witch.
Yeah, that's right. That's why Beato started using the red. With the red truth, she can carry out a perfect autopsy.
That's how it is. Normally, for the first Twilight, I would use the red truth right away, confirming the deaths of these 6. However, as you know, my battle strategy this time is the complete opposite of previous games, and I'll now use red truth starvation tactics. Since you use it as a grounding from which to counterattack, I will not use the red easily. I'll make you come apart at the seams by using red in just a single place, as rarely as possible. In the end, it means I will permit all rants regarding your guesswork for all the closed rooms, and I only have to smash one of those once with the red truth.
Even though you've always teased me, once I start counterattacking, you now hole up back inside your shell. Quit kidding around.
At any rate, I don't want to use the red. I want to be stingy. I want to bully Battler. But how could I guarantee a death for certain without using red? I worried and worried over it. Then, Gap gave me an idea. It truly is a simple method. I just pointed out something obvious and you hit upon the idea, Reaching. I simply said you only had to create corpses whose identity could be distinguished and whose complete death would be understood. In short, Sumari, I put those two things together. The face, which is necessary to distinguish their identity, and the pulverization of the head, the vessel for the soul, which is the perfect symbol of death. When I put those two parts neatly together, oh, wonderful! I came up with the perfect answer of corpses with their heads half smashed.
I'll bet you love 2-colored bread and 2-colored ice cream. You're just like a greedy kid.
At any rate, even if half of their heads are smashed, we shouldn't assume that they're dead at this point in time.
Get it. Since Beato is trying to act tough and is refusing to say anything red, we've got to suspect everything. Of course, I'm definitely not going to swallow the theory of magical mass murder by the Chester-ass Nachons.
You sure have gotten prudent. If this were the first game, you would have swallowed everything. I wouldn't have anything less from a rival. Since there's fortunately no red now, he can imagine whatever he wants and reason over and over again as he likes. At the very end, at the very sweetest spot, I'll cut him down at once with the red truth.
Smash? Yeah.
So thoughts? What you thinking?
Oh, well, I'm thinking that it's once again difficult to remind myself that all of that scene probably didn't happen. They lulled you in a false sense of security by having it go on for so long before the Chiester sisters showed up. I wonder if things can turn unreliable halfway through. Like, damn, that was a good scene. That was a really good scene. Oh man.
I'm sorry, did you just say a scene with the bunny girls was a really good scene?
Yeah,
I just want to confirm.
It was good. It was good. Yeah, it was good. Fucking hell. I'm tolerating the bunny girls. I'm tolerating the bunny girls.
Is it because they put a blonde one in?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
All right.
Furry Anderson. No. He hates it. He loves it.
New voice assignments. Check your DM.
I have it open. Yeah, I got it. All right, we're doing one more chapter, maybe 2 more chapters. We'll see how it goes.
Maybe 2 more chapters. Yep.
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 Okay. Before that, thank you to El Mugnito for the new sub. Thank you very much, El Mug. I think that's it. Clawfist, welcome. Who won the best bunny girl poll? Not that I care or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Jacka Fogue Tierra as well. Hey Joe, I wanted to know if you and Mouse could choose to be a dinosaur. Which one would you choose? I'm already a T-Rex, so you can't choose him. Spinosaurus. I'm going Spinosaurus.
Do I have to be a dinosaur, or can I be like a pterodactyl? They're not technically a dinosaur, but they did live during the same period.
They're dinosaurs to me. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you can
But
be a
that's not
pterodactyl.
technically a pterodactyl. Okay, whatever.
We don't
Okay.
discriminate like that here. It's fine. Yeah, it's
Okay,
fine. Yeah,
all right.
pterodactyl.
That's fine. Okay, fine.
I don't know when society decided that pterodactyls weren't dinosaurs, but like I didn't get the memo. I wasn't informed, so to me they're still dinosaurs to me. Yeah.
Great. Works for me. All right, am I going?
We're going. Yep, go for it.
All right. Ooh.
Silent, black, cold, painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by bit. What? And the first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, with her body this cold and hurting, the pain grew the more her consciousness returned. It felt like she'd been sleeping on ice-cold marbles in the darkness, lying face down for a long time. This is why I always tell myself, even if it's just for a nap, I've got to at least grab a sofa. I should get a sofa. I know that if I naively try to close my eyes for just a second and end up sleeping on the floor or in the study chair, it'll hurt my body later and make things difficult. Okay, so is this the aftermath of Secretaro getting murdered? Since I slept on such a cold and hard floor, even my bones are ice cold. Since I slept on such a hard and cold floor, the half of my face pressed down against it hurts a lot. If I were to look in a mirror right now, I'm sure I'd see an embarrassing mark. I didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear, but I stroked the hurting side of my face anyway, trying to smooth it over. No. Ooh, I wonder where this is. I thought it was pitch black, but it looks like it isn't. After all, I can faintly see my own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light, but even if I looked up at the ceiling or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness and I couldn't see a proper light. My body alone was slightly lit, whereas everything else was sunk in darkness. That's what this world was like. It was almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a forgotten world. As her mind grew clearer, she started getting nervous about why she was all alone in a lonely place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, she heard the patter, patter, of footsteps coming towards her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a kid. Oh no, she didn't sense anything disturbing, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps, so, wondering who in the world would be in a darkness like this, she stared in the direction the footsteps were coming from. As she did, a faint approaching silhouette came into view. Oh, it looked like a child much younger than Maria. Who is it? I don't know this kid, but the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter herself, Rosa felt as though her chest had been torn apart. Who are you? The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, she felt pain in the half of her face that had started hurting from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. Without thinking, she pressed her hand against that side of her face. Are you alright? Does it still hurt?
Thanks. I'm fine, little guy. Where are we? It's really cold.
Come this way. You mustn't stay here. That child took my other hand and pulled with a grim expression on his face. Rosa didn't have a clue what was going on. However, a single honest expression on a child can often tell the truth better than 100 words from an adult. She didn't know the situation, but even so, she dashed along with him, still being pulled. But this was a world where nothing could be seen in the darkness except for their own forms. It didn't even really feel like she was moving forwards. Even though she was running, she couldn't even feel any wind. It was as though she was still inside a nightmare, that kind of unreal sensation. So even though I ran, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance, and my legs got tangled and I fell. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold, hard floor was reality itself. Ryu, are you okay? Daijobu.
Uh, mm, I'm sorry, my head hurts.
When the kid said that infantile word, Uryu, pain like being stuck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it had only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that the child's word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly.
I'm sorry. Could you stop saying Uryu?
Uryu.
Ugh. Wait a second. Didn't I tell you to stop?
Sorry. I had the feeling that this child's apology caused a sharp pain in my forehead this time. What is this child? I know there's no malice in him, but when I'm around this child, my head hurts. Are you okay? Let's go quickly. You mustn't stay here.
Why shouldn't I be here? Hey, where is this? Who are you? Where's your mama?
The one who made me is you, Mama.
Huh?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think that, like, technically it would be like Maria's brother, because that child stared at me with round eyes. This kid's mama is me? Who? Who is this kid? I don't remember at all. Did you forget about me? You made me, right?
Wait a second. Stop kidding around. Maria is my only child. That's right. Where's Maria? Where is she? Maria?
I suddenly grew nervous about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where's Maria? I'm only able to be me because Maria is there for me. Maria is here, but she's not Maria now. It's better if you don't meet with her now. It's better for your sake and Maria's as well. For Maria's sake as well. Escape.
Huh? What are you saying? Where's Maria? Maria? Answer me!
Maria's gonna find you. Come this way, quickly, Mama. That child pulled on my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria, so I stopped walking.
Let go! Just who are you? What gives you the right to call me Mama?
Mama is the one who made me. Did you forget? For Maria's birthday present. You made me with your own hands. Did you forget?
You couldn't be Maria's Sakutaro?
Yes, the lion stuffed animal Mama made.
Ah!
A fierce sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm he had grasped with his hand. When I knocked his hand away without thinking, he looked at my palm. A hole the size of a thumb had opened there, and deep red blood gushed out. Ooh. It was a hole so big that I could see through to the other side. Who are you? Are you okay? Are you okay? What's wrong? Sakutaro noticed my wound and panicked. As far as I could tell by looking at him, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury, but in my eyes, it felt like I'd been injured because he'd grabbed my hand, regardless of whether there was malice in him. I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly seemed eerie.
Go away! You have nothing to do with me. Sakutaro was just a disgusting, crappy stuffed animal, right? I don't know you. I'm not your mama. Go away. Disappear.
Ooh, you. Slowly, the base of Sakutaro's neck was sliced in a horizontal line. It gaped open and pitch-black insides peeked out. No blood poured from it. Only an empty blackness peeked out. Ooh. Then, from the insides of the gash, cotton snow poured out, and as bits of cotton scattered, he slumped over. Then, all that remained was a crumpled yellow cloth and bits of cotton that looked like sticky, crushed cotton candy. A lion, stuffed animal, without a doubt. These were the remains of the Sakataro stuffed animal I tore apart on that day while overcome by my emotions. The instant I realized that, a long, sharp shriek that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart. Wah! Sakataro! Sakataro! Wah! Wah! She's upset. Like a flood from a broken dam or like a broken TV, Maria cried out in a high-pitched voice. Her voice, which made the ears throb, brought up two emotions in me. One was regret. Yeah, I was overcome by my emotions and went overboard. Yeah, just a little bit.
Just got a little upset.
Yeah,
just got a little upset. It's understandable, right?
Having a bad day. It was a mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her, and apologize. In actual fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized, crying. But Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had torn her closest friend apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. And then she grabbed my leg and broke it all over again. I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, so I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits, buried her face in them, and cried even more. Watching that, another emotion welled up. It welled up rapidly, and then it burst. After all, she refused to make up with me, even though I'd apologized, and there was nothing else I could do now anyway, and it was all Maria's fault in the first place. Oh god. Since she's too busy playing with stuffed animals all the time like this, she can't make any friends. That's why people treat her like a freak. This is a perfect opportunity to give her some instructive guidance. After all, it's not like I was pampered all the time. Everything eventually breaks, is stolen, is destroyed by someone. Even if I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, mocked, and thrown away by my brothers and sister and father and mother too, huh? But when I cried about that, while I might have shed a few tears, not once did I sob like this and trouble my parents, throw a tantrum, get mad, hit the floor and kick and make a racket. Even though I always wanted to, I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it back. It's because I held it back that I was able to become the wonderful adult I am now. At that moment, I felt something strange. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly and it finally breaks so that only the base is left. But I wasn't using a tool. I'd just been repeatedly hitting Maria's head with both hands. So I looked at my hands. From my wrist onwards, my hands had broken off, splintered, and disappeared, as though only that part of my arms had become ceramic. No, as though all of me, from the wrist onwards, had suddenly become ceramic and had broken and fallen. They must have gotten filled with cracks because I hit Maria too much before falling off. After all, look, aren't both of my wrists lying smashed by my feet?
Huh?
There was no pain, but the shocking sight of my hands breaking off from the wrists onwards made me scream.
Oh, what is this? What is this? My hands! My hands! My hands! Ah!
This way, you won't be able to hit me anymore. Ignoring my confusion, Maria spoke with an icy voice, slowly moving her hands away from her head, where they had been defending against my barrage.
What's happening? My hands! My hands! What did you do, Maria? What is this? What on earth is this?
Behind Maria's back, a black silhouette had appeared. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who?
If she'd use those hands for patting her daughter's head, flipping through picture books, or making warm meals, it may have been worth leading them on.
Mama hit my head more than she patted it. She never opens picture books. She doesn't even make me food. I go buy it myself. But I mustn't go to the same store more than once. Mustn't have my face remembered. Mustn't talk to the policeman. Why? Why is that? Is it my fault? Am I not allowed to have Mama pat my head, have picture books read to me, or eat dinner with Mama? Why not? Why not? I didn't do anything wrong. It isn't my fault. It's Mama's. Mama's fault. Mama wouldn't play with me, but Sakataro did. He even read books, watched TV, and ate meals with me. He was a much better friend than Mama was.
I'm not proud of it. But what am I supposed to do? I'm busy with work. Work, I tell you. You know that, right? It was unavoidable. There's nothing I can do. True enough. It was unavoidable. Unavoidable that you injure your daughter, tearing her heart apart and making her tears run with blood. In that case, there's no avoiding the same thing happening again, right here, right now. Come, Maria. Enough of the excuses from a woman who calls herself a mother. Can you forgive her or not? Is she innocent or guilty?
I won't forgive her. Mama's guilty. I'll make Mama meet the same fate she gave to Sakataro. Take Mama from the seam at the neck and tear her apart so she can see the cotton inside her. Maria's eyes ominously flashed blue. In that instant, invisible, massive arms stuck their fingernails out and tightly grasped Rosa's entire body. As the bones all over her body made a sound like twigs being stepped on and cracked readily and broke apart. Rosa had understood vaguely. The massive arms were probably her own arms from the time she'd torn Sakataro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, her arms certainly would have been this massive. So she could imagine what would happen next. The sharp nail stuck deep into the base of her neck, and she heard the skin tearing with her own ears. Then, as the two witches watched over her, Rosa's flesh was split into top and bottom. When Sakataro had been torn apart, bits of cotton had flown about like snowflakes. But in Rosa's case, something like black, thick tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. There wasn't even a trace of the red of her blood. It was something black, filthy, and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human, tearless or tearless?
Tearless.
Tearless human kept inside their body. I'm quiet? Joe barely audible? What do you mean? Joe too loud? Joe is getting quiet? What do you mean?
I think you were just talking quietly.
Oh, was I? Okay, I can move the
Yeah,
I can move the microphone closer. Okay.
This is incredible. Hideous. What filthy insides. Splendidly done, Maria. Well then, is this enough for your revenge? Can you forgive your mother or not? Innocent or guilty?
I can't forgive her. Still can't forgive her. She's guilty. When Beatrice brandished her pipe cane, gold butterflies seeped up and restored Rosa's broken flesh in an instant.
Feel the depths of your sin, which cannot be repaid by a single human life. And remember your own great sin. Come, try and remember. Remember the scale of your sin.
I turned the game audio down by 2 decibels. Apparently it's loud. Okay. Hello? Is it Mama? When will you get home?
I'm sorry. I'm busy with work today, so I'm staying over.
Staying over for work again? Looks like work is tough for you again today, Mama.
Yeah, sorry. I really am busy. I'll be holed up in the company the whole time. I can't even get a breath of outside air. Mama just can't finish her job quickly this time. Unless I give them a better design, I won't be given another job. That's how tough this work is. So it'll just have to take some time.
Yeah, I understand. I'll be a good girl and watch over the house. So do your best work, finish it quickly, and come back, okay?
Thank you for understanding about Mama's work. I promise I'll buy a delicious cake tomorrow and take it home.
I don't need cake. Instead of taking time to go to the cake store, I'd be happier if you came home that much sooner.
Don't worry. I'll come back quickly, I promise. So let's have some delicious cake together. Let's drink delicious tea together. Let's read a new picture book together. Let's play with that wolves and sheep puzzle I bought the other day. Both of us together, I promise.
I think someone in chat said something like, this is a flashback. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, okay. I think someone in chat said something like it's another Rosa torture scene. It's been like the third one so far in the story. I think from the perspective of like family abuse, like being pushed down, that makes sense because like not only did she have to get abused by her parents, she also got abused by all of her older siblings at the same time, right? So Rosa has like, in terms of family abuse, she had the most pressure put on her from that perspective. Although you could also say that expectations can be a different kind of pressure. So who knows how that is on Ava and Kraus. It's not really a competition, but my guess is that Rosa probably feels it herself the most, and that is and she tortures herself about it and beats herself up the most. And that's a common thing in this story, right? There's been a lot of flashbacks in this that haven't been black and white, by the way, chat. Just putting that out there. Yeah, I promise. I'll be waiting. Do your best at work, Mama.
Oh, I was muted, sorry. Oh, it's a lonely story, but isn't this mother-daughter love wonderful with both looking out for the other? Do you see any problem with it, Maria? Rosa? I kept that promise, didn't I? The next evening, didn't I do as I promised? Buying a cake and returning earlier than usual?
That's not it. I knew. That evening, a pay-on delivery package came from Mama, but there wasn't enough money in the wallet, so I called Mama's company to ask what to do. I was told only to call at special times. But I thought it'd be bad if the package was something important for Mama's work, so I called. Then I was told that Mama had the day off. I was told that it had been decided long ago that Mama would have the day off and that she'd gone far away to play. I knew, the whole time, I knew Mama was lying. But you know what? Sakataro scolded me, saying that it wasn't true. Every day, Mama was very busy with work. There was no way she'd abandon Maria and play. He said that the person who told us Mama had the day off must have made some kind of mistake. That's what Sakataro said, so I believed it. I believed it. I love Mama, love her. Of course Mama says that she loves me, loves me.
Yes, me too. I love you, Maria.
Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words. Then, she set the receiver on the bedside phone down. The dark room made the starry sky on the ground below the window stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of the terrace was a very cold wine cooler, and the one she shared a glass with was gazing at the scene below. You didn't tell your daughter you were on vacation?
I told her once, but she was so noisy I decided not to tell her anymore. It's less work that way.
If you were worried about your daughter, you didn't have to force yourself to put this on your schedule, right?
But that way, we'd never get our schedules to match. Didn't I say not to worry about that?
The slender, middle-aged man clad in a white robe gave a small sigh. Rosa reacted instantly to that slight action.
Come on, let's not talk about my daughter. It'd be a waste of this precious wine.
I find you fascinating as both a woman and a human being. But for that very reason, I feel bad about taking so much of your time that it strains your relationship with your daughter.
Don't I always tell you not to worry about my relationship with my daughter? I try not to talk about her when I'm alone with you, okay? I wouldn't even have phoned from here if it weren't for the noisy drunk laughing stupidly in the lobby downstairs.
Rosa-san, can't you reconsider taking sudden vacations like this in the future for your daughter, Sake? Who's this guy? Isn't it enough if we only meet when our schedules match?
Our schedules will never match up that way, right? And I always want to be with you.
That's a child's way of loving. Loving between adults should be a little more stoic. Not being able to be with you for long periods of time makes me lonely too. However, I think we can enjoy more than enough adult loving during that limited time. Alright.
So you're telling me to go be with my daughter more. Be a mother, not a woman?
That's what you want too, right? You must always want to spend lots of time with your daughter. I won't run away. I'm trying to say that I think it's sad for you to sacrifice your daughter so you can prioritize your time with me.
Did you get back on good terms with your wife? Looks like you've had about enough of being separated from her.
I don't want to talk about my wife. Just like you don't want to talk about your daughter.
I'm sure you think single women with children are a pain.
I've never said anything of the sort before.
Whenever someone finds out I have a child, they desert me. Even if I tell them not to worry about paying that child's living expenses, they all desert me. I thought you understood about my daughter. But I guess you don't like single women with children after all.
That's not what I'm saying. I haven't started to dislike you, Rosa-san. I'm just trying to tell you to take better care of your daughter, something I know you wish for yourself. And I don't want you to hurt yourself by lying to her. That's all I'm saying.
Liar! I've just become a burden for you, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
No, I know. I understand. After being abandoned so many times because of that child, I know. I can tell by your mood. Yes, you're already like those other men. You don't want a woman with a child. You don't want a divorcee because that's a pain. You don't want to become the parent of a child made with another man, right? Yes, that's right. I totally get it. I once went out with a man with children, so I really get how you feel. That's why I believed I'd be able to be together with you, a man who understood about my daughter. That's right. You were always in the way.
Man, sorry, I just can't help but think back to when one of the Persona games dealt with an issue like this, with this much delicate nuance. I wonder which one. I wonder which one's gonna come out on top.
Not Persona catching strays right now. Come on, man. Give him a break. If only you didn't exist, I would have been able to grasp my happiness as a woman long ago. Because you exist, you were always in the way of my happiness.
Mama.
Even I didn't want you to be born. No, that's not it. I thought I might be able to build a happy family together with you. But that man disappeared right before your birth. He said he'd build a warm family with me, tricked me, and disappeared from my sight for all eternity. Only you were left. No love or memories or anything remained. Where did that man go? He probably just turned my days with him into a warm memory and met with a new love. And this time, he might have been able to create a happy family. And as for me, I have you. I can't even look for a new love. Men can go between women as they like and brag about it. But for a woman, for me, I have you. I had you as a stone weight. And because of you, I can't search for romance. I can't find love, and I can only live alone. No, I wasn't even allowed that. I wasn't even allowed a night to drink myself drunk all alone. Who are you? Who? You wasted my life and won't even let me have a new life. Just who are you to my life? Die, disappear. I've hated you since the time you were born. I've hated you since the time you were in my womb. I've been doing my best to act like a good mother so that I'd be accepted by the outside world. Yes, I've done my best. As I watched other women in my generation praise being single, sometimes playing with passion, or even being joined with someone in love, I was stuck being both a mother and a woman. Whoever showed appreciation for my efforts? No one admired me. No one praised me. I got what I deserved? Secondhand goods? Divorcee should die? You don't want anyone who's not a virgin? I'm the one who doesn't want anything to do with you, you damn inexperienced virgin brats. I was so desperate. I probably looked like an easy woman to you. Yes, I was desperate. You probably couldn't imagine how desperate a woman like me, who's still at the age where she wants to know love, was. When I realized that my time was being filled with work and caring for my child, so that I'd probably grow old and end my life still like this. Of course I hate your real father too, but we both share the blame for bringing about that catastrophe. I myself might have been persistent enough to make him run away, but the catastrophes after that were all your fault. When did I ever scold you for that? Never, right? The day after one man left me, when I wanted to drink myself dead drunk, was Parents' Day at your school. When I tried to hide my tear-stained eyes with heavy makeup, the way I felt when you said something off the mark and the whole class laughed at you is something that not only you, but probably everyone in the world couldn't understand. I hate you, loathe you. And until now, I've never really loved you, even once.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Damn. Oh, damn.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay. Without getting into it at all, chat, because I don't want to. Some people seem to think that I was very unaffected last stream when it came to some of the Rosa and Maria stuff. It's actually the complete opposite. I am very affected on both sides. Like as a parent, like some of the stuff, not all of it, not even most of it, but some of the stuff Rosa says can hit, and some of the stuff that Maria is going through can also hit because of what happened with me when I'm growing up. So it's actually the opposite. I'm trying not to react because I don't want to react. I don't want to open this up on stream. I want to just keep this to myself if that's okay. But please do not think I'm being like stoic, like just like moo stone face or whatever. I just don't want to get into it. That's all right. Yeah, this is very well written. I think yeah. Anyway, that's all I want to say about it. Maria's face was still stiff. If the words really had been blades, Maria's whole body would probably be stained red with fresh blood by now. Even after gaining the power of a witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Sakataro, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth. Mama. Ooh-ah. Ooh. Ooh. Holy shit, man.
Ugly. Ugh, how ugly is a woman drowning in lust? Now you see this woman's true nature. Even I, as a witch who has explored the depths of evil, find this most difficult to watch. Maria, now is the time to part from her. Smash the ugly lump of meat that calls herself your mother. It would be pointless for your pure soul to be bound by the chains between mother and daughter any longer. With your own hand, release your own soul now. You have now gained the tooth and claw to protect yourself.
Ooh, okay. Sorry, it was that unique art for this one. Now you'll taste the pain I have to go through. Now I'll take revenge for those days of suffering.
Aren't you the one who's been hurting me? I'm the one who wants revenge. I should have done that before you were born. If only you hadn't been born. Disappear!
As Rosa howled in a way that could only be described by the word splat. Okay, her upper body was crushed and in an instant became something similar to a wrung, blood-stained towel. Be crushed. I can't forgive you, can't forgive you.
What filth. That form suits you.
Even though Rose's waist and below was standing normally, just the upper half of her body had been pinched, and that extreme contrast was bizarre. Then she fell over, but the instant she fell, her body was restored.
You die. Come, Maria. Is this the limit of your anger and sadness? Now is the time for revenge. Time for the settlement of anger and sadness. Hit her, spit it out. Push out all of the wedges driven into your chest and fling them back at her.
Maria's howl was adorned with the ugly sound of flesh and bone being crushed at the same time. As Rosa, who had foully insulted Maria, lay spread-eagled, a neat, perfect circle was cut out of her chest and crushed as though her chest had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Her heart and her lungs and her ribs were trampled so mercilessly that they were completely indistinguishable. They might have symbolized the pain in Maria's heart up until today.
So, Maria, are you satisfied now? Can you forgive your mother for her sin? Or not? Innocent? Or guilty?
Can't forgive her. Not yet, not yet. Mama is guilty, 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 guilty. Can't forgive her.
Indeed. How could this level of punishment compare to the bitter days you suffered through? Know it, Rosa. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Revive in order to be killed. Be killed over and over so that your sins can be purified.
When Beato waved her cane, the body was restored again, and Rosa sat up, coughing violently in apparent pain. And once again, she spat out curses rejecting Maria. You aren't Mama. You're a witch tormenting me, and Mama, I won't forgive you just because you look like Mama. I won't forgive you.
You're the witch, aren't you? Always reading creepy books and pretending to play with witches. You're the one who should disappear. Because of you, even I'm treated like a freak. Because of you. Because of you! If only you hadn't been born. Don't be born. I've hated you since before you were born.
Wah! Maria screamed. Was she unable to bear her anger and sadness? Or else had she been taken over by an indescribable emotion? It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet, it was a reality that had to be accepted. Maria knew. She knew that she was thought of being she knew that she was thought of as a burden, but even though she herself had known that, she didn't believe it. She believed that her mother loved her and had done her best to positively interpret several events that could have made her doubt this, trusting and clinging to her mother's love, but she had no one except Mama. Even so, she really did like Mama and wanted to return to the days when she believed that Mama loved her. So I howled. I'll erase all of it. I won't accept it. I'll deny it. I'll deny the mother who says these things, the black witch who makes her say them, and the part of myself that can't forgive my mother. But I can't deny it. This is reality, fact, the truth, the answer. Without any mistake, this is absolute reality. Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat over and over in the dark world that reflected her heart, rang the ugly sound of flesh and bone being torn apart, which would make anyone want to cover their ears. Each time Beatrice revived Rosa, she dragged her back into the world of endless torture, which could not be escaped from even by death. This was the true, deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will, because every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, she asked the same question to Maria.
Are you satisfied, Maria? Can your anger forgive your mother yet?
How could I forgive her? How could I forgive her? I won't forgive her. Won't forgive her. I'll teach you all of my pain. Teach you much, much more. It's still not enough. Not close enough. Since I was born, since before I was born, I can't get rid of the anger and sadness of being neglected so long.
I hate you. Hate you.
Wah! Revive over and over again, return to a meat lump over and over again. In various ways she crushed, smashed, beat, and tore to bits. Flying blood spatter and flesh turned the once pitch-black world into a world mixed with red and black. Maria's anger still hadn't calmed down. It was as though she was spitting out all of the suppressed rage from the time of her birth until today. As if, huh? And if that had all become poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? Would even this wasteful murder save her soul at least a little bit? This endless torture might have become a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarding life. After all, it seemed that she'd finally been able to regain her smile. Learn it! You, the source of my unhappiness, learn it! Learn that what you're feeling is nothing compared to my pain. Hee 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 hee. What's wrong? Why'd you stop laughing? Try and laugh. Half of her skull collapsed. Eyeballs flew out and black cranial fluid gushed. Fragments of teeth scattered. Come on, revive. Try and laugh. Come on, come on. Her whole chest along with her ribs turned inside out, exposing her filthy innards. All of them writhed like some kind of impure creature. Come on, come on, come on. Revive. Can you still laugh? Can you still laugh? Hee 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 hee. Rosa couldn't laugh anymore, but her face was laughing. It was filled with a twisted laugh and covered with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice. Next, I'll erase that laughing face. I'll erase it, I'll crush it, I'll tear it to bits. Oh shit. Laugh. Try and laugh, Mama. What's wrong, Mama? Let's wake up, read a picture book, and go take a walk. Let's say we love each other, make a promise for next Sunday. Let's go shopping, let's go to the movies. And of course you'll break that promise. Hee 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 hee. Isn't it fun, Mama? Isn't it fun, Mama? I'm playing with Mama now, right? Wahahaha.
That's right. You're now playing with your mother, having fun with her. Tell me how you feel right now. I don't believe it's anger or sadness or pain.
Yeah, that's right. I get it, Beatrice. I'm having a lot of fun now. I'm playing with Mama, so it's tons of fun. And even though I'm killing Mama over and over again, she can be revived with just a single bit of magic. I took care of my toys because I couldn't fix them if they broke, but if a toy could be fixed, I want to break it over and over again. Hee 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 hee. But Sakataro won't be fixed. He can't be fixed. Because Mama, who made him, Mama, who gave birth to him, won't acknowledge him. I wasn't acknowledged by Mama either, was I? So the broken Maria won't be fixed either. Oh man. Fucking hell. Hee 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 hee. Ah, it's fun. It's fun, Mama. Since it's gotten so fun, I'm somehow starting to feel that I could forgive you. Hey Beato, this is a very strange feeling. Why? Why am I starting to feel like I can forgive Mama?
That enlightened state is only reached by witches who have gained the power to control life and death at will. You can kill at any time. You can revive her if needed. If that's a pain, then it's alright to kill her again. Once you've learned that you can do this at any time by simply snapping your fingers, all nonsense spoken in the world of humans becomes a chirping of insects that isn't worth listening to. You didn't begin to think about forgiving your mother because your eyes were open to your mother's love. It was because now you stand at the entrance to the world of true witches. Welcome, Maria, to the profound and sweet world of witches.
I've done it. Maria is no longer Maria. I may still be an apprentice, but I've surpassed the human world. I am now the apprentice witch of origins, Maria. There's nothing to frustrate me, nothing to make me sad. Mama, I'll forgive you. I'm sure I can forgive you. I think I'll be able to forgive you after doing just a bit more. After all, I'm a witch. Oh, it's back.
It is back. I like this part.
That was a lot. Maria would probably forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times, graciously. Oh, just back to Battler. Okay.
Back to
Whoa,
Battler.
that last thunder was loud. Must have been pretty close, right? Looks like it. No matter how old you get, thunder still makes you jump. Battler was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. Every once in a while, a pale, white lightning bolt would shine, and he seemed to be enjoying it.
Oh? Look, you were so noisy you woke Maria up. Sorry, Maria. Sorry, Battler's so freaking loud.
What the hell, so it's my fault? Sorry, Maria. It's okay to go back to sleep. Good night. Maria was a bit hazy with drowsy eyes. She was probably half asleep and couldn't think straight. Ooh, that's okay. I won't sleep. Nah, go ahead and sleep. You're still half asleep, aren't you? Hehehe. I'm not half asleep. Ooh. Come on, you're totally half asleep, aren't you? Sleep, sleep. I'm not half asleep. Not half asleep. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Quit it, stupid Battler. Ah, sheesh. What are you thinking, getting a kid who's just woken up into a bad mood?
I'm not half asleep. Not half asleep. Ooh, 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 ooh. I understand, Maria-chan. You aren't half asleep, so calm down. Not half asleep. Not half asleep. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Maybe it was because of her delicate mental state after waking up, but Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. Battler had only been trying to tease her a bit. so he was confused by this extreme overreaction. George held her head, trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum wasn't going to be quelled easily. Battler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying, it's your fault too. Hey, be quiet, you two. Jessica-chan, there was still some hot water in the pot, right? Did you make some tea for her? Did you calm down, Maria-chan? Ooh. It looked like her tantrum was dying down bit by bit, but she still glared at Battler, who had made fun of her with sharp eyes. Battler-kun was just kidding around. He doesn't really think you're half asleep, so calm down, okay? George noticed. Maria was staring at Battler with incredible eyes. And despite having just displayed all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she was muttering while thinking about, or else counting each hi, or he. As though each time she said he, something brutal would happen over and over. Oh shit. George felt something creepy for just an instant, but he couldn't spot the madness that peeked out of the depths of the girl's eyes for just a moment. After a short period of stunned silence on George's part, Maria stopped her bizarre, quiet laugh and pushed George's arm aside as though telling him to let go. Ooh, I'll forgive him. Alright. Motherfucker can write. Alright. He can write sometimes. Alright. Why can't he do this all the time? Fucking hell. Really?
Partially a translation.
Yeah. You're such a good girl, Maria. Battler-kun, Maria-chan forgave you. Make up. Yeah, sorry for teasing you. Forgive me.
Hey, Maria. Let's make some cafe au lait as a sign that you've made up. I'll put in lots of sugar so it'll be sweet.
I don't need it, but I'll forgive you. Because I'm a witch. One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice. But it was only for a very short time, so Battler and Jessica didn't think much of it. They decided to think that it had probably only looked that way when the lightning lit her cheek with a pale white light for an instant. At that time, they could hear the sound of loud footsteps coming from the hall. It was already about 10:30, late at night. Late at night is usually a time when you aren't supposed to be disturbed. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was far from calming. Then, along with a clearly ominous knock that repeated fiercely, they could hear Goda and Kumasawa's voices. That clearly told them that this was an abnormal situation. Children, are you there? Are you there? It's Goda.
Miss Kumasawa, is everyone okay? Oh, what has happened? What has happened?
When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. It looked like they had dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella.
What's wrong, you two? Did something happen?
It was the master and Kraus-sama and everyone. Whoa. Oh, no shatter this time?
No shatter.
No shatter.
Alright. You want to take a break and do one more chapter, or you want to call it there?
How long is the next chapter going to be?
Maybe a little over an hour.
A little over an hour?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
We go fast, though, so maybe less than that.
Yeah, we should be able to do one more. I think we can do one more. Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Okay. Let me save it just in case.
Palette cleanser.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay.
Yippee, says chat.
I don't think I'm gonna make a tea, but I might get some water. I think I had a Gatorade here too with this tea. Before I go, thank you to Toasted Waffles for the resub. Hey Joe, dropping by to sub. Couldn't catch this live. Dancing Joms will watch VOD later. Well, I hope you hear the thank you later, Toasted Waffles. Thank you very much. Thank you, a cat named Doge as well for the resub. Big appreciate you. Hope all is well. Thanks. And thank you, Parnik, for the bits as well. Rosa fucking everything up. Why would Maria do this? Thank you for the bits in the message. Let us wait, hold on. Tips before you're dead at end of stream? What?
Tips? What kind of tips?
Tips?
Tips about what?
I don't think they're in here. Oh, there's some new ones here. We'll do them later, I think.
Do you have a tip?
Did we read the
tip
tips?
for give Chad a tip about something?
Yeah, the tip is that if you've been sitting the whole time, you should walk around. It's your break time. It's break time. Go brush your teeth. Ooh. All right, muting the microphone. 3, 2, 1. All right, back.
Hello, chat. Oh fuck. Voice assignments. Shit. Fuck. So in this chapter, I'll do all the
Coscodal?
female voices.
Coscodal?
Coscodal? Okay, yeah, do Coscodal. Okay, but in this chapter, I'll do all the female voices, you do all the male voices, and I'll do narration. How about that? We call it.
Okay, now I don't have time for Coscodal. That's okay. That's all right.
Go ahead. Do Coscodal. Do it. Who's gonna stop you?
Me, I don't want to now.
Go to do it.
This is
Do
awkward.
it.
No, I
Open
can't.
it up.
I can't do
Open
it.
it up.
It's too much pressure. Okay,
Oh
all right.
my god, just do the fucking Coscodal. Do it.
This never happens to me. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, fucking. No.
Thank you, Live a la mode, for the resub. I love how the VN keeps recontextualizing things that seem unimportant but have a deeper meaning once you get some backstory. It's gonna do that for everything except for the first 4 hours. They're irredeemable. Nope, we will never be able to make me admit that the first 4 hours are worth it. They gotta be gone. They gotta be cut.
I gotta find the clip. Hold on, I gotta find the clip for them. Go ahead, keep going. I gotta find the clip for them though.
Hey To, just wanted to thank you for the streams. I've been loving hanging out in Umiful and appreciate you, Mouse and Jelly, making my week. Gap out of 10? I don't know. I think Gap's trying too hard. I don't really like Gap so far. I don't know. Too far.
I like her.
I'm not going to change my mind. Sorry. Not going to change my mind. Still don't like her. Does she get better?
Mm-hmm. What do you mean, does she get better? She's already peak.
Wow. It just happens, just fake that you did it. just fake Coscodal. Okay. All right. Oh, Falzar rated. Hey, Falzar. Thank you for the raid, Falzar.
Hello, Falzar.
Damn, Lambda Delta, now Gap, he just hates girly divas. Gap is way better than Lambda Delta. I don't like Lambda Delta at all.
Are we power scaling the imaginary people?
Seems like it.
Okay.
We mean, they're weebs. They love doing that shit. That's their biggest hobby.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Who put Harry on Kinzo? What?
Oh yeah, I sent you from Umi Fulden. I sent you from who was it who originally did that? I just copied and pasted. I should have forwarded. I don't know who did it. Umi Fulden, who did it? Who made the Kinzo Harry thing? I had the cocktails, so you can't ask me to. It was Parnick. No, it was Rain. No, it was everybody. It was Umi Fulden Hive Mind. Okay. Easy peasy. It's that easy. Okay. All right. So you're doing the narration here? Right. Yep. You ready?
I'm ready.
Stay strong, Mouse. I'm so strong. I'm the strongest in the world. I do CrossFit. It was a pitch black room. There were no windows, and with the weak light bulb, one could just barely make out the state of things around them. It appeared to be an old, forgotten underground storage room with some kind of dusty furniture haphazardly thrown into it. However, even with just a little light, one could at least make out that it probably wasn't a storage room. After all, that room was sealed off with iron bars. Where is this?
I don't know. Could this be underneath the mansion? Has there always been a room like this directly underneath the dining hall?
They had dropped into what had appeared to be a pit, falling into this room. Therefore, it was natural to assume that this room was directly under the dining hall. However, not even Kraus could bring himself to believe that there were pitfalls rigged in his beloved dining hall where he had enjoyed his meals for years, and that this dungeon-like room lay directly beneath it. But the ceiling above was of crude stone craftsmanship, and they couldn't understand how they could have fallen from somewhere up there. No, all 5 people who had been dropped here thought the same thing. Although they'd had the sensation of falling into a pit, there was no way there could be pitfalls in the dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly under it. But the truth was that they had actually fallen into this place and were locked in. So they were confused.
Nanjo, it is lucky that no one was hurt after falling from such a height. Shannon, Cannon, did either of you two know?
Did either of you two... They're fucking just addressing the two of them, just obliterating the fucking theory again. Did either of you two know about this room? No, we did not know of this room either.
Really? Really? We really don't know about a room like this. Despite their age, Kyrie apparently wouldn't have found it odd if they, as servants allowed to wear the one-winged eagle, might know of some of the mansion's secret tricks. There was a long silence, as if Kraus was evaluating their answer.
No, it's probably true that you don't know. After all, this is the clean freak Shannon we're talking about. If she knew about this room, she'd probably scrub this place until it was sparkling. My wife just died. The filth of this room is proof that you two don't know about it. More importantly, I think we should worry about what to do next. Exactly. We need to call the police, or rather administer first aid as soon as possible. And oh, sorry, it's you.
Nanja's words were hollow. Obviously. 6 people had been killed in the dining hall. Everybody had seen the exact moment when they'd been killed. And since half their heads had been destroyed, anybody could tell that the deaths had been instant with just a single glance. Everyone understood that first aid no longer held any meaning. Thank you, Dr. Nanja. We already understand that our partners are no longer alive. Thanks for trying to console us by mentioning first aid.
Natsui. Oh yeah, Natsui.
Once again, a gloomy silence dominated the atmosphere. But Kraus shook his head harshly over and over and for the time being, decided to forget the pain of losing his wife and to dedicate himself to figuring out where they were.
Everyone, listen to me. Father is hopeless now. We've passed the point. He's searching for a reason or an explanation that can be expressed in words.
Nobody answered. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people had been killed in an instant. And Kinzo had even been so bold as to proclaim that we'd become sacrifices for a ceremony involving 13 murders. Since we've been locked up in this place, we too will probably become the ceremony's next sacrifices soon. Around this time, our eyes became used to the darkness, and bit by bit, we were able to understand more about the dungeon's interior. What we thought was furniture, haphazardly left in the dungeon, turned out not to be furniture at all. They were things like small cages to lock people in, restraints, or else torture racks. At any rate, it was obvious that it was eerier than a mere jail cell. Since the objects were rusted together and coated in thick dust, there was no doubt that they had been forgotten. Maybe you could even call these things Kinzo's sealed and forgotten madness. However, we had been locked away in this room. My chinchillas are hitting things again, sorry. Those objects weren't exactly comforting to people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm.
At any rate, let's get out of here. We've lost loved ones and friends and would like to spend some time shedding tears. But more than that, I'm worried about the children.
I wonder if the children are safe.
All we can do is pray. Come to think of it, Kumasawa and Goda aren't here.
Perhaps they were able to get away safely.
You never know. It would be a relief if they were able to meet up with the children.
When the going gets tough, Goda-san is reliable, and Kumasawa-san is knowledgeable and calm. I'm sure they'll be able to help the children.
Yes, that certainly would be comforting.
Shannon and Kraus smiled bitterly a little, but they quickly realized how improper that was and stopped, clearing their throats.
You can't be optimistic, Ne-san. There's a chance they've already been attacked after we were.
I agree. When what Father carried out in the dining hall was the 6 murders of the first Twilight from the Witch's Epitaph, right? Then the second Twilight is to tear apart the 2 who are close. We can't deny the possibility that Goda-san and Kumasawa-san may have been killed after escaping together. We can't cling to the optimistic idea that they must have gotten to the guest house and are protecting the children. Kyrie coldly analyzed the worst-case scenario. For her, it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband. But right now, The most important thing was protecting that husband's son, along with the other children, from becoming the insane family head sacrifices. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect children from sorrow. It seemed that both Kyrie and Kraus were strong enough to forget about their grief, if only for the time being. They would let their tears flow later. In order to protect the children, they had to act.
Anyway, let's get out of here. It seems to be a rather old cell. Couldn't we break the bars with something? Let's try searching the entire room for some way to escape.
I wonder if there are any torture tools lying around all these torture cages. They might be useful as weapons or to break the bars. Kyrie pulled a lighter from her pocket. She herself didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching in this dim dungeon.
Shannon, help Kyrie-san search the room. Cannon, you help me check out the bars. This is a very old cell. The bars could be loose. What should I help with? Please, just keep up your strength. You're the most important of us all, Nanjo. Father will probably come soon. You're the only one whose words will reach him. In a way, you might be holding our lives in your hands. My words will no longer reach him, I think. I'm sorry, but I don't believe I will be of any use.
Then lend us your expertise as a doctor. I wonder if there exists a drug that can make people instantly faint. A drug that makes people instantly faint? What are you talking about? We believe we fell through a pit and landed in this dungeon. In that panic-stricken moment, that's what we believed happened. But I measured the breadth of this room and came to a realization. This dungeon can't be underneath the dining hall. Why do you say that?
You're an idiot, Nason. Compared to the dining hall, this dungeon is too cramped.
Exactly. The first person to fall was Kraus Nissan. The second was myself. When you fell into this room, did you move from that spot, Kraus Nissan?
It's embarrassing to say, but the landing hurt and I lay there groaning in pain. Immediately after that, Kyrie-san came crashing down next to me.
The distance between where we were standing and the places where we landed is clearly off.
Certainly, when you put it that way, I was the next to fall, so I remember fairly well where you two were standing. The distance between you two in the dining hall might have been greater than this entire room.
We fell into a pit and directly dropped down here. It's not like we fell into multiple interlocking pipes and we're all collected here like Mario characters. The fall was instant, wasn't it? I don't remember rolling around in some sort of elaborate water pipe system.
Yeah, but it was magic. Maybe it just works that way. True, we can't explain it with a pitfall. What a strange tale.
What does that have to do with a drug that makes people instantly faint, like Kyrie-sama was talking about?
Kyrie-sama is probably thinking that there were no pitfalls in the dining hall, correct? But in reality, we did fall.
More accurately, we felt as though we fell into pits. That was only natural. After all, we experienced something that couldn't be described any other way.
I see. In other words, Sumari. This is what you want to say. We did not fall into pits. We were attacked with something like a blow dart, for example, and lost consciousness instantly. It could be that we just remembered the instant we fell to the floor as though we were falling through a pit. I see. It's a much more persuasive argument than there being numerous pitfall traps in the dining hall that we've never noticed, even after decades eating there. Some of the sentences in this story, man. Nason, do you have a watch?
Huh? Yes. I have a pocket watch. It's about 10:40.
Yes, my watch says the same. In short, it's only been a bit more than 10 minutes since that uproar in the dining hall at most.
That's a Sumari, by the way.
I missed a Sumari, I'm sorry. My watch has the same time. That's much too short a time to knock us out and carry us somewhere. Judging only from the time, it's reasonable to assume that we did fall through a hole leading directly underneath the dining hall.
They could have tampered with the watch hands as much as they wanted. While we were passed out, they may have wound everyone's watches back. We're incapable of proving that this possibility doesn't exist.
Whether it was a pitfall,
Ace Attorney-ass bullshit, by the way.
or a drug that induces fainting. Have you played all those? Ace Attorney?
Yes.
Yeah? Well, which one's your favorite?
The one with Dahlia Hawthorne.
Ooh, okay. Whether it was a pitfall or a drug that induces fainting, it does not change the fact that we need to be on guard.
Well then, Dr. Nanjo, is there a drug that can do that?
Well, it's the same as your reasoning, Kirie-san. You cannot prove that there isn't a drug with that effect that I don't know about.
As they say, you can never be too careful. Sorry, it was a useless question. I just thought that with my hypothesis, I could suggest that this dungeon might not necessarily be directly underneath the dining hall.
I see. There's always the possibility that we were carried off to the hidden mansion they say Father built in the middle of the forest. Yeah, I was gonna say that. That's where I think they are. If we can escape from here and get outside, then we'll know. We'll save worrying about that until after we get out.
Exactly. I'm truly sorry. I've only been asking about and prying into useless things.
No, it's quite promising. If you notice anything else, please tell us. It might become a hint to escaping from here. Rudolph was always talking about you. He said he was always surprised by your ideas, and they would sometimes give him valuable hints. The fact that you're here is a blessing within a tragedy. I can't believe that you're single.
Thank you. I heard something from Rudolph-san as well. He said that you usually just swagger about, but when things get serious, you overflow with a sense of responsibility and can be a very dependable older brother, and I can't believe that you're single.
Haha, that's too kind. Damn it, at any rate, these iron bars won't even budge. How are things on your end, Canon? No, this side is no better.
Kraus and Cannon tried wiggling the bars in various ways. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few had enough space to rattle a little bit around in, but they couldn't be broken with human strength alone. However, there was still hope if they could use some kind of lever-like tool. It was still far too early to give up yet. The children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle. And it was better for them to act this way. If they were to stop, there's no doubt they'd once again be overcome by the grief of losing their loved ones and curl up, clutching their knees.
How are you doing, Kirie-san? Find anything?
I found some small stones that we could hold onto and hide. Something like this could probably be used as a weapon. Though it'd probably be impossible to whittle down those iron bars with them. How about you, Shannon-chan? No, nothing. This is a phone. I doubt it's connected. But we might be able to use the cord as some form of string-based weapon. If we break it, we could take out the metal parts. Kraus-san, there's a keyhole for opening the bars, right?
Yes. It's a pretty large hole, quite old-fashioned. If we twist some wire into it, we might be able to pick it.
We might be able to use the metal parts of the phone as a substitute for something. This phone will become our weapon.
It's just like investing. What? Our weapon is information.
Kraus and Kyrie laughed together at how they hadn't even thought of using the phone as a means of communication.
Meanwhile, Shannon just picked it up and started talking to someone. What are you doing, Mason?
I wondered if maybe the phone was working.
You dummy, Nasa. It's just like an escape room, and Shannon knows the answer, and she's pissed at everyone else, being like, "What are you doing? Why don't we just try the phone?"
Have you guys tried picking up the phone before you take it apart? Just a thought that I'm having. Like, no, you don't have to listen to me, but
whisper.
Huh? What? At that point, Shannon let out a small, surprised cry. Kyrie-sama, this phone, it's connected. What did you say? It was like when people move out of an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. That's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of the cell. The cord was wound into a coil, the tip of it being swallowed by the wall, and just looking at it, there was no reason to assume it wasn't hooked up. But to think that it actually was... Kyrie took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. Certainly the electric hum of a phone was a familiar sound. And this phone was certainly live.
Why does the prison cell have a phone? What? Good luck. Let's contact
You
the
get
police.
one call.
Hold on. This is too good to be true. Could it be bugged? What? That's your reaction? Let's not use the phone because they might be overhearing our conversation after putting us in prison?
If they were planning a trick like that, normally they would cut the telephone line. There's actually a good possibility that they overlooked this. If they noticed, they might actually cut the line this time. There's nothing we could tell the police that would be problematic for us if they overheard. Surely that was true. The point of a wiretap is to overhear some important piece of information, but the way things were right then, she couldn't think of a single thing that would come up in a conversation to the outside world that might be troublesome to have overheard. Kyrie instantly concluded that it was more likely to be a mistake on Kinzo's part than a trap.
You do have a point. I believe you start with 0 to make calls through the external line.
Kanekun, I'm gonna make a phone call, so will you watch how things are out there for me? If you sense somebody coming, let me know.
Yes.
Cannon raced off toward the iron bars, silenced his breathing, and strained his ears. As everyone present watched her, Kyrie dialed 110. 37. However, she pushed the hook down and redialed many times. It didn't seem to be working very well. The outside line begins with 0? 110 would be 0110 then, right? It doesn't seem to want to go through.
Kinzo strategically placed phones all over the place just in case he just suddenly had to call Domino's. Emergency pizza.
Leono? Yep, Leono.
And over here, I'll try to call.
Kraus took the receiver in Kyrie's place and tested various things. Kraus typed 80085, but in the end, they were unable to notify the police.
Oh no.
The phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Did this mean that they were not so naive? So it's useless after all. It means our enemies aren't naive either.
What was the point of this then? What?
Kyrie let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As cool thinking as she was, for a brief moment, she may actually have had the naive hope that the phone might actually work. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even a single moment. Then, she remembered just what was happening here, because apparently she knows. Truth be told, even after being shown a scene like that right before her eyes, or rather, exactly because of that, she still couldn't think of that gruesome mass murder as something real. It was less that she couldn't believe it, and more that she didn't want to. This is black and white, so it's a flashback, okay?
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Ushiromiya Kinzo killed 6 family members. He summoned strange witch-like demon people right out of thin air, and with something like magic, began to kill people one after another. It's just all so screwed up. Even though she definitely saw it, there was no way she could accept that spectacle. There's no way that's what happened. Those were obviously father's friends or something. They just hid somewhere in the dining hall beforehand and used some tricks to appear suddenly and fool us. There's no other way to explain something as screwed up as that. But when those 6 had had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow had flown around and around the room. That had truly looked like magic. Was that another thing we just saw wrong? There's no way it was magic. It was definitely some kind of setup. Since those heads were smashed, there's no doubt it was some kind of explosive.
Is yours bugged
For example, yeah, mine is bugged too. It's like differently bugged, it's funny. For example, a styrene toy plane like they sell at candy stores painted gold, and with a powerful explosive loaded onto the end of it.
Okay, Kyrie, okay.
This is where Battler gets his inspiration. You got to remember, this is the #1 intellectual fucking influence, okay? However, though it had seemed to be flying about at random, Kyrie couldn't imagine that after being fired 6 times, each time it perfectly hit the victim square in the head, one after the other. It couldn't be that there was a computer control system for finding and hitting targets, making it a high-tech styrene plane on the same level as a guided missile, right? Would he invest such a large amount of money into developing some stupid trick like that? For that insane sideshow?
Yes.
Does this take us Does this take us back to the old I wouldn't put it past father? A number of mysterious people appeared out of thin air. 6 people had had their head demolished by a mysterious golden flying object, and the 5 of us were locked away in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls, or else put to sleep by some fainting poison dart. The family conference started a bit after 10. It's only been a bit more than 30 minutes since then. Most likely, even though I witnessed it myself, that event took place in such a short period of time, so I still can't understand it, and I still can't come to grips with it. For argument's sake, even if we did get a hold of the police, it would probably be impossible for anyone to accurately explain what we saw. Even though I saw it just now, my brain's fried, and I have no confidence in what I saw myself. Kyrie tried her hardest to cheer herself out of her overwhelming confusion, to just hold on to her sanity.
Damn it, what's going on here? Damn it.
Kraus started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times and resetting the dial. Kraus had also been feigning composure, but he was unable to hide his panic. The more he retried the dial, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. I don't know what's going on anymore. Kyrie couldn't help but pray that the events that had just occurred were a dream. At that time, the look on Kraus's face changed.
Oh? I got through! It's ringing! Really, Kraus-san? No, I see. How shallow, old man. Since we can't contact the police, the external line has probably been cut, but he failed to sever the internal line.
The internal line? Kraus-san, where did you call?
The guest house. I'm calling the room where Jessica and the rest are staying. Hello? Hello? It's me. You're... Goda? Is Jessica there? Is she safe? Cross-sama! I'm so glad you're safe. Yes. Lead Jessica and the other children are here as well, safe and unharmed.
Dad? Is it Dad? I'm so glad you're okay. Is Mom okay? Is she there? Kraus choked on his words. Kraus had clearly seen Natsuhi's head crushed, had seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually, he was going to have to tell that to Jessica. However, Kraus began to fret over whether he should tell her now or not, and lost his words. But even that was an answer under these circumstances.
I don't know about your mother. Let's pray for her safety. For now, I'm just glad you're safe.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry for asking. Jessica's voice was filled with tears. Kraus was certain now. Jessica and the rest had heard everything, start to finish, after meeting up with Goda and Kumasawa at the guest house. When they learned that 6 people had been killed, they must have been anxious to rush over to the dining hall. Luckily, he'd been able to call before they'd stormed off toward the mansion. Kraus was relieved at this good timing during such a tragedy.
We have Kirie-san and Dr. Nanjo, as well as Shannon and Cannon here. We've been locked in a place that's like a dungeon, but don't worry. We'll figure something out.
A dungeon? Where? We'll come and save you.
Unfortunately, we can't figure out where this is either. We think it may be under the dining hall, but that might not be true. Anyway, Jessica, you must stay where you are. You've heard about what happened from Goda and Kumasawa, yes?
Yeah. Grandfather. Everyone.
Grandfather isn't in a sane state of mind right now. If you encounter him, you'll be in danger. You might be killed. You mustn't even think about trying to come and save us. We'll take care of ourselves.
Then what shall we do? Damn you, Grandfather. How dare you do that to Mom and the rest? I'm gonna kill that undying bastard.
Jessica, if you talk like that, you'll sadden your mother. Those aren't the words of a lady. Anyway, put your own safety first. Lock all the guest house doors, but you mustn't overestimate how safe that will make you. The large window in the first floor lounge might get broken. Stay in your room and use a bed to make a barricade. There's a toilet and a fridge in there too, right? You should be able to stay holed up until tomorrow morning. Listen up and I'll say it again. Don't think of doing anything violent. Don't even think about trying to take revenge for Mom. Only think of hiding, of getting through this without provoking our enemies.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand. Dad. Ugh.
Sorry, the pin. Now, Jessica,
Yeah.
I will use an analogy to explain this. Let's pretend your mother's skull was represented by a valve, like for a stock, perhaps. Now let's say this. Sorry, value. But for a stock, perhaps. Now let's say this stock suddenly dropped in value. Let's say by roughly by 1/2. Sorry, go ahead.
After that, Goda took the phone and was firmly told to supervise the kids well as an adult. Goda, with his face covered in a cold sweat, repeatedly replied, yes, sir, in an excessively tense voice. From there, Kyrie took the receiver and spoke with Battler, and when Shannon and Cannon got their turns, George and Jessica answered. Following that pattern, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well, so that all members of both sides took the receiver in turn, confirming that everyone was safe for now, even if their location was unknown, and encouraging each other, coming to an understanding on the current situation for both sides. They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Kraus explained that they would be hanging up for now, and those in the guest house consented.
Fuck are Nanjo and Kumasawa talking about? If anything happens, we'll call. Wait by the phone so you can pick it up quickly. Again, be careful. You mustn't do anything rash.
Mackerel. Yeah, I understand. As long as you and Cannon-kun and the others are okay, then that's good enough for me. We'll do our best. Stay safe.
This is episode 4. Why didn't we get like a 5-minute conversation between every single of those pairings that they just went through? They're fucking they're really losing their shit in this one. Yes, of course. Well then, I'm hanging up for now. Be on your guard.
With that, the phone call ended. Goda and the rest of the men quickly descended to the first floor, closed the shutters, and secured the sturdy locks on the doors. However, just as Kraus had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the first floor lounge. If someone broke that, it would be easy to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinzo, who hadn't hesitated at committing murder, to invade the first floor.
It's likely that Grandfather and his followers will be armed. Locking ourselves in our room is our best bet, and moreover, our only method of forming a barricade. It's painful that we have no choice but to hole up in a sealed room, but if our enemies are carrying guns, then that's the only method we have left to us. I have heard that the Master has a collection of working guns. That's right, guns! That was a gun! If so, it must have been a horribly powerful gun. You can't contend with that at all. It takes a lot of force to smash someone's head open, right? So it might be a magnum bullet or something like that. Yeah, that'll probably go through a flimsy door like it was nothing. If so, then that's even more of a reason to hold out in our room. Let's slide a bed in place and block the window too. If we do that much, then no matter how many guns they've got, they shouldn't be able to raid us. Crap, all we can do is this passive, one-sided defense. Damn it, dealing a finishing blow to Dad and even capturing Kyrie. It's gonna cost you, you damn geezer. Impossible, there's no way we can compete with them. Besides, it's not just the Master, he has his underlings too. There might even be more of them. Just what are they?
Battler was filled to the brim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph, and to rush out of here to save Kyrie. But just by looking at how terrified Goda was, there was no doubt in him that this would be reckless.
It's gotta be hard on you too, right, Aniki? Yet you've got to stay holed up here, damn it. Of course, I'm torn up about it too. It's not like I can remain calm with both my parents murdered. But specifically because of that, I have to remain calm. Do you think our dead parents would want us to die in vain? There's no way they would. They'd want for at least their children to escape. So I will survive, and I'll report this to the police and uncover everything. I'll leave my enemies to the courts. That is my revenge. I fucking hate George so much. There's no way our parents would want us to die taking revenge for them. Right? You're right. It's just as you say. Damn it, you old bastard. What's this about a ceremony? If we're supposed to be sacrifices or something like that, then we'll escape no matter what it takes, ruining this precious ritual of yours. That's right. Besides, you still have Kyrie-san, Battler-kun, and I still have Shannon. Anyway, let's be cautious and wait for our chance. Any careless actions on our part might just end up causing harm to those who have been captured. Hostages, huh? But grandfather captured them so he could use them as sacrifices, right? If we don't go and save them, then are we just waiting for them to get killed? We don't even know where the dungeon they're being held is. Shannon and Ken-kun didn't know about it, and of course Goda-san and Kumasawa-san didn't know either. The possibility that they're in a secret location that only grandfather knows of is incredibly high. Under these circumstances, aimlessly wandering about would be practically suicidal. I wonder if they check what time it is about the watches being rolled back when they're on the phone. I understand, but still, damn it, are you saying the only thing we can do is stay confined here until something happens? Because that would narrow it down, like, how carrying the amount of people far you did in 10 minutes. It has to be in the mansion at that time, right? Battler-sama,
yeah, they might not know that they're in a murder mystery, though.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I would know.
You would know? Okay.
I would know.
Cool.
No, Kyrie-san knows she's in a murder mystery. Battler-sama, I understand how you feel, but let's put safety first. From what Kraus-sama said, they seem to be in a fairly old cell, and they may be able to break the bars somehow. The wise choice of action now is to believe in them and wait. Grandfather has a number of subordinates, and they're all armed, correct? Yes, he does, and they're probably all armed.
Goda had been able to say that Kinzo had comrades with him, but he hadn't been able to mention that they were mostly young women like witches with banging bodies and awesome outfits who had used strange magic to murder. If he had said that, it would only have cast doubt on his sanity. No, not only that, he himself still couldn't understand what he had seen and was doubting his own sanity. But regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls had followed Kinzo's orders and killed 6 people in an instant was an unshakable truth. If that group came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. Goda and Kumasawa, the only thing left for those two who had witnessed that massacre in the dining hall, was to cradle their heads without knowing how to interpret what they had seen.
Kumasawa-san, are you
Maria
okay?
again? Okay,
Yeah, sure.
you're Maria again.
Want some tea?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry, but may I be left with my thoughts for a little while? Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed that Kumasawa still hadn't been able to clear away her confusion. Maria, thanks for being so considerate. Let's let Kumasawa-san rest for now.
Ooh.
Jessica was also worried about the shock those two must have received after witnessing such a tragedy. But her wildest dreams couldn't even come close to the unbelievable scene Kumasawa had witnessed. Nevertheless, with her mother murdered and her father captured, it wasn't as though Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger toward Kinzo and walked irritatedly around the room. Kumasawa-san, is Mom really dead? Yes. I've never seen such a horrible way to die before. Is it possible that she's still alive? And that if we fix her up, we could save her? It's not possible for a person to have something like that done to their head and live. Yeah, you're right. There's no need for first aid. Once your head's smashed, usually... When Goda had come flying into the guest house, he had, overcome with agitation, told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything. Except for the part about witches and magic, which they themselves still couldn't believe. In other words, Tsumari. He hadn't even sugarcoated the cold-blooded way in which Natsuhi and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted the fact that they'd obviously said so much. Too much. However, while lightly shaking her head and with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke. Actually, thanks to what you told us, I was able to stay level-headed. If you'd avoided mentioning the part about her head being smashed, I would have thought she might still be alive. Then I would have run off toward the mansion, met grandfather, and I might have gotten killed. That sliver of hope could have been fatal in the end. So I'm grateful. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry we didn't choose our words more carefully. Don't worry about that now. There's nothing we can do for Mom, but Dad's still alive. Canon-kun and Shannon, and Aunt Kyrie and Dr. Nanjo too. I want to save them somehow, so we shouldn't do anything unnecessary that might make things worse for them. The most helpful thing we can do right now might be to wait by the phone. They might receive a phone call asking them to create a diversion while the others escaped. Or the others might discover their location and call for rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when that time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was to wait in this room. Once they had finished inspecting the downstairs area and locking up, George, Battler, and Goda returned. Each was holding various objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks he had found in the lounge in a storage room, as well as a first aid kit. They were all consumables that would be essential during a siege. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. Those were to seal the door from the inside, just in case. If it came to it, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Battler brought the portrait of the witch. No, Battler had brought up objects that could be used as edged weapons or poles. In addition to the obvious kitchen knife, there was a disassembled table leg that could be used as a club, and a pole roughly the size of a person, which he'd apparently made by taking apart a hat stand. Even though the pole had no point, it could surely be used like a spear. There was a good chance that their enemies had guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. But it was still better than not having them, and if having these could give them at least a little peace of mind, then they'd be useful for their calming effect. Then the bed and the sofa were placed up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go so far as to seal it up with nails. There was still a chance that Krause and the others would escape and come to meet up with them. They had apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. It had been set up in a way that would create a racket, so it would serve as a warning alarm as well. That had apparently been Battler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off. This way, if the first floor window were to be broken, they would hear. Once the switch had been turned, all that was left was an eerie silence. The sound of violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend the whole night being crushed by such suspense? The boat would come tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather report, most of tomorrow was going to be covered in the typhoon, and the boat probably wouldn't come. The typhoon was set to pass by in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, Sumari. The boat would be arriving in the morning after next, the morning of October 6th. And right now, it was late at night on October 4th. They would have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, with Kinzo turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. It might let the enemy know that they were hiding here. Battler suggested that it might be best to turn off the lights, but they had already been overwhelmed by a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single other person who agreed with it.
Ooh, we can't watch TV? Yeah, sorry, but you'll have to bear with it. We can't just let the sound of the enemy breaking in slip by. Boring.
Even though she'd been told of her mother's death, Maria alone didn't feel an approaching sense of danger. She just seemed to be upset that the TV had been turned off. Even though she's in such a bizarre situation, can she not share in our sense of danger? Is it because she's so young? To Battler, even this faintly unsettling feeling from such a young girl made him sense that there was something very eerie about Maria. That said, we've already done all we can. Do you think you'll be able to do anything about the bars?
Unfortunately, they're tougher than expected. I don't know when these were made, but there's no problem with their lifetime guarantee. These truly were built rather well. I'll invest in the company that made them after we get out of here.
Kyrie chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but she had calmed just a little.
This place is just like the capture pile of a chess game. So are there no remaining moves left to us?
Not yet. It's still too early to give up. If we stop thinking, we might as well stop breathing, right?
Exactly. Chess pieces in the capture pile may serve no purpose, but in shogi they can be quite significant. Just one captured pawn should be able to put pressure on the opponent. I see. But still, there's nothing that can be done about these bars.
For us, maybe. But if we can figure out where this is and contact Goda-san, he might be able to come and save us.
I see, but that would mean putting Goda-san in danger. And if that happens, I would also be worried about the children in the guest house alone without a full-grown adult male. Whoa, when you're afraid of risk, it's all about... It's alright to bide your time until the price starts to go up.
What about Goda?
However, if you're too afraid to cut your losses, you might end up with just a scrap of paper. Fucking hell, Kraus. Though in this case, that represents our lives.
And our dignity as parents, right? After talking big like that during the telephone call, telling them that they should behave just because we'll manage something on our own, we can't just start asking for help right away. That would be very uncool.
By this point, I've long since thrown out such useless pride. Why don't we put our heads together? Where is this? Is it really underneath the dining hall? Or else, is it a different place separate from the mansion?
Kraus, Kirie, and Nanjo began to discuss this further. Cannon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence, just as he had been ordered. Shannon came close to him, and they both squatted down together. Do you sense anyone?
Yes. They haven't focused their attention in this direction, but there's somebody relatively close by.
Is it human?
I think it's the goats. Their breathing is rather noisy.
Cannon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He said that their breathing was noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, if he had obediently reported it, they would have merely doubted Cannon's ears. They got us, didn't they?
It's rare. I think that they captured us without killing us.
This time, Beatrice-sama didn't make an appearance, and the master left his study. I don't have a clue what's going on.
What?
Hmm? Yeah?
I know. Whatever happens or changes, it's all for that witch's fickle entertainment. In the end, nothing will change.
I wonder if we'll be able to go to the Golden Land this time.
I'm too tired to speculate. I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Who knows? We have a high rate of losing.
Come to think of it, it's very rare for us to survive the first twilight together. I get the feeling that it's incredibly unusual for us to be able to talk together like this, even though the ceremony has already begun.
That may be. But even that's just for the witch's entertainment, I'll bet. I can't think of it as anything other than her letting us live just a little longer to ridicule us, since we usually drop out right in the beginning.
I wonder if we'll be unable to reach the Golden Land again.
I'm sure we won't make it there. If we hold on to any foolish hope, we'll get taken advantage of again.
That's right. Last time you got taken advantage of, didn't you?
I'm an idiot.
Cannon made a sour look and turned his head. Shannon laughed softly and apologetically leaned toward his shoulder. But I'm glad Milady is safe.
She's only escaped from the first twilight. She might just be waiting for an even crueler death later on. What about you, Ne-san? Aren't you glad George-sama's safe? Oh, they're talking about Jessica! I thought they were talking about fucking Beatrice. It'd be nice if you two could reach the Golden Land together.
Thank you. I wish the same for you and Milady as well.
I wasn't hoping for anything like that. It's just as you say. That witch is only having fun, dangling prizes in front of people and watching them vainly try to get them. I'm sure no one will be able to go to the Golden Land. If I wish to reach the Golden Land with Milady, then that person will find it funny and will certainly never let us reach that place.
You're right. Beatrice-sama is thinking about which order of sacrifices will be the most interesting.
The whole thing about them being chosen at random is just a blatant lie. That swindling witch. All that about having any wish you want granted in the Golden Land is probably just a lie too.
That's not true. The Golden Land is a wonderful place.
Have you been there?
Only for a little bit. Though even that was probably just a joke of Beatrice-sama's.
What's it like there?
Well, it's a wonderful place. I can't really explain it well. It's like a world from a pleasant dream.
A paradise-like place with roses blooming all over and beautiful butterflies dancing about or something like that?
It's not a place with a tangible image like that. It's really like the inside of a dream. When you're there, it's very gentle, very peaceful. And you're allowed to sleep as long as you want, like when you wake up early on a day off, lying on a futon. Sunlight comes in through the cracks in the curtains, and you think you'll have to wake up soon. But then you realize it's your day off, and you can go back to sleep. It's a place where you can feel like that.
I want to go to the Golden Land. I think it'd be wasted on me. Waking up on accident, even though it's your day off, is something only you would do, Nei-san. So?
Well, when I was there, it was very satisfying and very calm. When I returned to this world, even though I had just been there a second ago, I couldn't remember it very well. It's like when you can't remember a dream you were just having. But I still remember that it was a very calm and quiet world.
That's it? The heck, that Golden Land she's always bragging about isn't anything great at all. I thought it was a place where all your wishes come true.
That's right. It's a place where all your wishes will be granted. Well, maybe that's not quite it. It might be better to say it's a place where you won't wish for anything. For example, Canon-kun, if you were cold and wished you had a jacket, you'd be happy to be given one. But if you were in a warm room to begin with, there wouldn't even be a reason to want a jacket, right? That's what the Golden Land is like. There's no need to even wish for most wishes. It's a world where everything is calm. You could even say it's a place that transcends the concept that having your wishes granted will bring happiness. A world released from everything.
It sounds somewhat like a religious world.
And there, everything is equal. Anything that can think is equal. There are no humans, furniture, nor witches. There, I was equal to everyone. There was no longer any need to feel ashamed that I was furniture. It was honestly a happy world, where all humans and even witches were equal. I can't really remember it well, but I have the feeling that when I was there, I was equal even to Beatrice-sama, and we were good friends.
If that witch is there, it can't be much of a paradise. So, you want to go to that Golden Land with George-sama. How strange. The Golden Land is a utopia where you can be pleased with everything, right? Wouldn't you be content even if George-sama wasn't there? Good question.
The Golden Land is very calm, peaceful, and everything is equal. But actually, happiness alone is left out.
It isn't a happy world?
Of course, just by being peaceful, calm, and equal, it's an incredibly happy world. But I guess you could say that it's a world of zero, where you're released from all negative worries. The human world is filled with negatives, so of course a zero world is incredibly happy, but it's still zero. What a luxurious problem to have. It's something like this. When you're nodding off on your quiet holiday morning, if the person you love the most is next to you and holding your hand, then it can become an even greater, more wonderful happiness. Something like that. Sorry, your Nei-san is too dumb to be any good at analogies.
In other words, Sumari, to you, the greatest happiness would be reaching that world together with George-sama.
Yes. And surely for you, it would be reaching that world together with Milady.
We'll be released from our worries in a fair world? It's like some kind of strange religion. I'm more worldly minded. I imagined a world where we would be given some magic medicine and we could be reborn as humans or something more like that.
If you go, you'll understand. If Beatrice-sama really is a fickle person, then surely someday she'll let you get a glimpse of it too. If so, then you'll be able to understand my analogy.
Well, I'm not holding my breath. At any rate, it seems like a game over for us this time already. I'll hope for another chance.
You're right. If we cling to any overambitious hopes, Beatrice-sama will take advantage of us. It might be best to just stop thinking and let fate take care of us.
We can just be simple chess pieces. No matter what we think or don't think, we can't escape from the witch's chessboard. Our role is now just to wait and see how we'll be tortured to death. For us, the dream of the Golden Land is too empty.
You're right. Sorry.
Cannon shrugged his shoulders, then... it's you, sorry.
Cannon shrugged his shoulders, then told Shannon to leave him alone because she was in the way of his duty, distancing himself from her. Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Cannon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. Shannon wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and crouched down in a corner by herself. At that moment, Cannon perked up. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a strange sound. What's wrong?
Shh. Croissant, someone's coming. What?
They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, they couldn't hear anything. But eventually, they were able to hear the shuffling sounds of a large group of people walking. So they've come.
Time to pay the piper, or perhaps this is our first and last chance. I shall talk to Kinzo-san. I will try to somehow find out where this place is.
We're counting on you. During the last phone call, Kyrie had asked what the time over at the guest house was. By doing that, Kyrie had learned that it was the same as her watch, and she had learned that their watches hadn't been set back. It wasn't just the clocks on the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George and Goda's, had matched. If that was the case, then it had only been a few minutes between the time of the massacre in the dining hall and the time they had been transported to the dungeon. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out and carried away. Then were those really pitfalls, meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall? All that they could do was pray that Nanja could find out where this was.
Coming. There's probably 4 people. The master and 3 of those who appeared in the dining hall. That's enough. We'll come back here as well. We'll deal with the rest.
Shannon-chan, sorry, but can I have you sit by the phone? Hide it with your skirt. Yes? The shuffling came close, and there was the sound of a large door being opened in the hallway. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the hall, stroking the walls with sharp, razor-like shadows. And then, the light from the lantern they held illuminated the prisoners through the bars. The bars' sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 silhouettes. It was Kinzo, Ronove, Virgilia, and Gap.
Silence, everyone. Please welcome the head of the Ushiromiya family, Lord Goldsmith.
Goldsmith?
His father's pen name. It seems he always signs with it when writing those bizarre grimoires.
Kinzo made English style? Shouldn't that be Gold Warehouse?
Fuck you, I'll call myself whatever I want. What more is a warehouse than a place to keep things in? However, I give birth to gold and use my craftsmanship to further increase its worth. Don't you think Smith is much more fitting? Sorry.
True enough. What are you apologizing for? I apologize for butting in.
Kinzo-san, just what is going on? Where in the world is this? Oh, my friend, can't you remember? True, you may have never entered the prison, but you should remember walking through this corridor. Huh? Huh? You don't mean...
Do you have an idea?
But, well, it is unthinkable. Firstly, we fell through a pitfall and were locked up in here after only a few minutes. Not only is the distance too great, that's physically impossible.
For a human, right?
Father, is this the mansion? I think that the mansion had a basement like this. Kraus, wasn't there a place whose existence you all whispered of, and which you followed after me several times trying to find? This is that place. No, to be correct, this is its basement. Cackle, cackle. Could this place be basement of Kuadorian? A splendid observation. This is indeed the basement of Kuadorian. Kuadorian? You don't mean Father's rumored hidden mansion? It really exists? This mansion was constructed for the sole use of my beloved witch, Beatrice. It's truly a shame that I cannot guide you to the above ground sections, as it is such a beautiful and elegant mansion.
How lovely. Just the two of them alone in a mansion with a prison like this. I guess Father's tastes are a bit more than I can stomach. Kirie-san, perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from such rude comments. But I agree. If a mansion I was given had this kind of dungeon in it, that'd shake me out of even a century-long love, and I'd take anything of value and run.
Oh my, so you don't have an interest in this kind of thing. And here I was thinking you went head over heels for it.
Of course I go head over heels. Like if I get a collar or something for a birthday present. But only if he's hot. Silence. Perhaps you could use a gag more than a collar right now. Oh, you have an interest in that too? You sure aren't picky, Leah. Don't go around shortening people's names on your own.
Enough, you noisy women. Are you telling me you'd like to be locked up in the same cell?
I apologize, Master. This old body of mine would not be able to stand such a cold prison. Virgilia quickly apologized, but Gap and Ronove nearly laughed together. It was like they thought they alone couldn't be imprisoned, or else that even if someone tried to imprison them, it would be pointless.
Prison is a place from which the captured cannot escape. That implies a strong will and love to not let them go for a lifetime. It's not even worth speaking of love to a woman you could give up on if she ran away. What the fuck, dude? A woman who makes you so insane that you don't want to let her escape to the point of binding her in chains because she was worthy of that. She was a love worth sacrificing my life for. I will not ask you to understand.
No one can bind me. I will not be bound. I don't want to be loved. I want to love. I feel the same as Goldsmith. That's why I understand the madness of your love.
Love and madness are two sides of the same coin, or so they say. Always bring it back to money. How bothersome.
But learning where we are so easily was a big step. We'll ask details later, but it seems you know about this place. Right, Dr. Nanjo?
Yes, if that hallway is the underground passage beneath Kuadorian, then if we go straight down it, it becomes a long tunnel. And if we stay on that, we should be able to return to the mansion. There's a tunnel connecting them?
Then if we could just do something about these bars, we could go home.
Father, what do you plan to do with us? As I have already declared, you will become sacrifices for the later twilights. There are conveniently 5 people here. Exactly enough hostages for the 5 gougings. I see. Then it's time for us to pay the piper. Eventually. It's not why I've come to visit you this time, so relax. Besides, I believe I've said it already. If one of my grandchildren is deemed suitable to inherit everything from me, then the ceremony will be called off. In other words, Sumari, your lives will be spared. What do you plan to do to the children? I shall give them a test to see if they are suitable to be the successor or not. If even one of them can surprise me, I'll call the ceremony off. And if there isn't anyone suitable, what are you planning on doing with the children? There's no need to worry about that. After all, you all will be sacrificed first. How could anything that happens after that concern you? Entrust your fates to your own children. Your children, the embodiment of what you've been born, taught, and raised. They should be the most suitable ones for you to entrust with your fate. Uh-oh, cackle cackle. Don't look so worried, Kraus. Believe in the daughter that you brag is worth 10 billion yen.
Exactly. Children are the embodiment of their parents. It's fitting that we put our fates in their hands. That applies even to you, father, right?
This girl has guts. What a waste on Rudolph. Wow. Kirei-san, it would be best not to aggravate him too much. I agree. Let's bear with it for now.
That's right. After all, we're just fish on the chopping board. There's nothing we can do now.
Ha. Though you can insult me with such vigor, I don't dislike that kind of woman, see? Beatrice was like that too in the beginning. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Master, perhaps we should get back to the main topic. We've been off track for a while now. Ah yes, there was that. Sorry, my friend. Well then, back to the main event. For that, I've prepared a phone. Shannon, how clever of you. You don't have to hide it any longer. That's something I arranged for. Cackle, cackle.
My apologies. Shannon quickly withdrew herself, and the telephone was revealed.
Kraus. Call the grandchildren in the guest house. Tell them of the test and of the start of my trial.
Ronove motioned for Kraus to pick up the receiver.
And if I say no? Oh, and why do you think you're in a position to negotiate? If you don't make the call, then the grandchildren won't even be given a chance. The Ushiromia family will end here, and I'll sacrifice you all right away.
You'd be lucky to become sacrifices right away. Don't you think it'd be more painful to watch the children get sacrificed first before your very eyes? But the master is the one who decides the sacrifice order. Don't say things on your own. Leah, you just tried to shorten my name, didn't you? I did not. And I told you not to shorten other people's names on your own.
Women truly are noisy, cuckoo.
That's it. That's it.
Oh, that's the end.
That's it.
No! Oh.
Women truly are noisy. Happy International Women's Month.
Evil ending. The world 12 years
Umineko
later.
is a feminist text.
October 1998. Okay, I saw it, chat. I saw it. Although that screen was black and white, so it's a flashback, right? So what year is it really now? All right, let's go. Let's save it. Oh, should I read the thing? No, I don't want to read the thing. Do I want to read the thing? Is there only one to read? Oh, it's not here anyway. Oh, it is here. Gap, one of the 72 great demons, also Beatrice's friend. When a magician demands it, she grants the ability of instantaneous movement. Okay. These socks and shoes, damn. She uses this extraordinary power for playing pranks mostly. Her specialty is hiding keys in bags during busy mornings. However, in the context of closed room mysteries, this power becomes an ultimate weapon that can easily strike a finishing blow. Her queen bee strikes are likely to pierce any and all detectives, forcing them to surrender. Interesting. Someone in chat says, "I'm sorry, but does she not have? She has no undergarments. I think like you could probably hide like a strap here, right? She might have some."
Let me look here. Yeah, you can hide a strap there for sure. There's also like there's chat, just so you know, there's like underwear that has see-through sides for dresses like this, so that you can wear them still, in case you're wondering. Yeah, don't say strap. Don't say strap to the stream, please. Yeah.
Why? What's wrong with that?
You can't say strap to your audience without causing issues.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
Okay, well, okay.
Oh, cross the line.
So she's got knee socks. Is that superior or inferior to thigh highs in your opinion?
Inferior. Yeah.
Inferior. Yeah, always the thigh highs. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I'm glad we're having this talk in front of 2,000 people. Yeah.
You're the one with it up on your screen. I'm looking at your screen. Like what?
There's a new bunny description. What are you talking about?
You know what really bothers me? The blonde one. What really bothers me is that the shoes and the bow match each other, but they don't match the rest of her outfit. So anyway, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, there's some bows here. The pink up there. There is some clash.
Yeah, no, they match each other, but they don't match they clash with the rest of her outfit because there's red in her hair. Anyway, go for it.
But she's not blonde,
Bunny.
right? This is blonde.
This
is not blonde.
No, she's no. Just read the rabbit description and then let's go. I'm bored.
Chester 00, a weapon of the Sisters Cavalry, which serves Pendragon. 00 is their claim. Is their calm and composedly. I've wilted so far now. However, this is merely the role demanded of her, since she's far more frail by nature. 00 excels at reconnaissance and serving as an advance guard, displaying extreme supremacy in unexpected encounters. However, her excessively powerful fighting strength has been called inhumane, and it isn't rare for her to be lynched and abused when she surrenders on the battlefield. What? Her one eye silently speaks to that. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, can you just give them like 2 minutes of thoughts about the fact that Cannon and Shannon said what they did? Okay, just the last thing.
I'm tired though.
I know you're tired, but just do it so they don't whine.
I'm tired. Okay, I feel like it's weird that they could do that, but I think it's even double weird that they could do it without going to the Velvet Room that Battler has to. Why are they even more powerful than Battler in this regard? That's really strange to me. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got.
All right.
I mean,
Beginning
maybe
of next stream though, you're gonna think about it really hard. No, you're gonna do it now. Okay, go ahead.
My theories are like in tatters right now because like what happened in the middle of this stream, where I was like, okay, I thought I was onto something, and then all of a sudden, all three of these motherfuckers showed up, and everyone acknowledged them, and everything was fucking Gucci as fuck. I don't know what to do now. Like I had this whole theory that the stories were being like written and developed like fan fiction style. This is what could pass from the perspective of Beatrice that's missing right here. So that would make sense that they can speculate on the different timelines because they're like personality self-inserts from her at the same time. But now that's all gone. But that makes me feel like maybe none of it's reliable. But if none of it's reliable, why do I give a shit? So it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna drop it. I've decided. I've dropped it. I'm dropping it. Yeah. I'm done.
Someone in Umi Full Spoilers chat said, Beato, please just think Battler. I'm tired, okay? He needs a nap in a juice box.
Yeah, I do. Jelly's in the chat to save me. Okay, here we go. Jelly's breaking through the fourth wall like Angie. Okay, I've been holding out on saying this.
Nice.
But you're forgetting one key piece of information. Battler wasn't in that scene. Yeah, that's true. Battler was in this scene, but it was via phone call. But I don't like to constantly just fall back on the if Battler's not in the scene, nothing counts. I still like to think about it and engage with it because I feel like, you know what? Like crossing your arms and being like, if Battler's not in the scene, I don't trust it. It's kind of like when you play Among Us and you're the taskmaster that's like, where were you? It's not in the spirit. It's not as fun to just like constantly dig your heels in and just being like, fuck that shit. Like I like to soak in the story, you know?
Okay, you're comparing Umineko to Among Us, which means you really are tired and we're gonna end this stream. Okay, we're gonna go. That's it. All
right. Okay.
That's it.
Okay, you're gonna wheelchair me off, all right? Right to bed.
Yeah,
okay.
Wheelchair.
All right.
I'm getting the hook from off stage.
All right. Okay. All right. Bye, everyone. First of all, though, thank you, Parnik, for the bits. I made H-Bomber Guy Kinzo while waiting for Joe to start reading on one of the streams. I'm very proud of him. It was pretty funny. I wasn't expecting it. Thank you, Teldu, for the resub as well. And Mops96 for the resub also. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the stream, everybody. We'll be back on Tuesday with more, and then 1000X Resist. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to start Baldur's Gate 3 next week, because I think 1000X Resist might be the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday streams. Oh, also, Mouse and I are streaming again tomorrow we're continuing Split Fiction on Mouse's stream. So if you were enjoying that, it's actually a really good game. I'm enjoying it. There's a lot of it's like non-stop Uncharted 4 set pieces. It's not what I expected at all. It's really cool. There's a lot to it. Yeah, it's fun.
Oh yeah, Tuesday post Umineko, Joe and I are gonna scrape ourselves off the ground and go do Overcooked on Jelly's stream too. So we got a big couple of days of streaming ahead of us.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Gonna sleep all day Monday.
Mm-hmm.
By which I mean work my day job. It's gonna be awesome.
I have to go buy so many things on Monday. Oh no.
Like a plunger and a fire extinguisher. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Enjoy your weekend. What weekend? What weekend? Anyway, all right. YouTube stream and stuff soon. I'm going. All right. Say goodbye, everyone. Mouse. Say goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone. Mouse.
Oh, are we rating someone? Who are we rating? Who's available for rating?
We?
Yeah, we always rate someone. Who are we rating? Is Walrus live?
I don't know. Who's live?
Hypothetical Walrus is usually live on Saturdays. Yeah, that's who we rate on Saturdays.
Okay.
There we go. We did it. Phew. Okay, I want you all to type in with some Joms. Le Joms army has arrived. Okay, that's what I want you to do. Super cringe today for Walrus.
Don't
Why not?
Don't be cringe for Walrus. Come on.
What? Oh, okay. All right. Some of them are gonna do it now.
I know.
We're just dancing in French fries. There we go. We love ham French fry. Anyway, enjoy the raid. See you later, everyone. Okay, and for anyone to stay behind, thank you for watching. See you.
Oh, they really typed it.
Are they? Oh no.
They really typed it.
Poor Walrus. What have I done? All right, time to go do Costco. I'll see you later, everyone.